This side is working, that side is not working, yeah. So we can start, or unless you want me to wait. All right, we're having technical difficulties with the microphones on this side of the area, so we're just going to pause for about 60 seconds to see if we can resolve that quickly. Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Yeah.
Without further ado, we will get started tonight. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This is the Thursday, February 9th, 2023 regular governing board meeting of the Cabrillo Unified School District. And thanks again, everybody, for being here. We will get started with our agenda. First, we have our opening business, as we called a public session to order at 6:05, and we'll do a roll call. Rosie.
Thank you, Sophia. Sophia,
Here.
Kimberly,
Here.
Carmen is out. Lisette, Mary Beth,
Here.
Catalina.
Here.
We have quorum. Thank you.
All right, item 1C, the Pledge of Allegiance. Catalina, will you do the honors? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Item 2, approval of the agenda. And Dr. McFedridge, do we have any comments on that?
Yes, staff would like to pull 4H, which is the Community Hub Agreement, because of some language concerns we have in the agreement and the partners wanted us to reconsider. And staff recommends pulling 5D, General Business, approval of the student teacher calendar at request of CUTA.
Do we have a motion to approve with the amendments?
I'm motion to approve with amendments.
I second.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Thank you, Kimberly. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. 4-0. 4+1.
All right, so we go to item 3, communications, public comments. And a friendly reminder, public comments, agenda item here and subsequently as part of our agendized items, as well as hearings and other agendized items as I referenced, are an opportunity to provide a comment to the board. We allow 3 minutes per person and up to 20 minutes in total for all speakers, with the opportunity to extend this time at the discretion of the board president and consent of the board. I'd like to ask members of the public who share the same viewpoint, please select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of that viewpoint so that we can conduct our business in an effective and an efficient manner as is in the public's best interest. Typically, the board cannot respond to comments other than referring matters to staff for follow-up, though please do also feel free, if we do not do so explicitly, to follow up with Dr. McFedridge directly sometime after the meeting if you would like to share or receive further information. So to facilitate, because we have quite a few today, I will go ahead and read the names and the topics stated on these pink sheets that we received so that everybody here in the public can be aware of their topics as they stated and other topics that others are planning to speak on. So if you want to combine forces and maybe stand up together and take your 3 minutes together, that'd be great. And if not, we can see where we are at the end of 20 minutes and decide to extend per our bylaws. Okay, so is the board okay with that? Dr. McFedridge and Rosie, that's okay with our procedures? Okay. All right, so with Heidi Mills, CUTA, Abby Foster, contract, parentheses, CUTA, Jenny Scarpacci, teaching on the coast, Teaching on Coast. Anne Reichbush, apologize if I said your name wrong, Personnel. Misty Veloso, response to last month's budget presentation, that's different. Sure. Monica Hart-Nolan, Contract Concerns, Budget. Carrie DeMartini, Budget. And Brian Anderson, Support Our Staff. So everyone is aware this is our plan, and we have one from Annette Angeles Haggerty, which I'll read as well. And there's not a topic stated there, so I don't want to read it in advance. So if folks know that they are preparing similar topics, please do come up. Otherwise, we will get started and see at this point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 3, 24. That's not too bad. So we can, I'm fine to just go ahead and have all the comments read. But if you do want to consolidate, you're aware of who's saying what, and you may do so. And is the board fine with that if we have 24 minutes? All right, good. All right, so we'll start at the top. Heidi Mills, please come to the podium. The microphone.
It'll light up, it hasn't. It'll light up red when it's
The
working.
face.
All right, good evening, governing board members. My name is Heidi Mills. I teach transitional kindergarten at El Granada Elementary School. I'm also an alumni of El Granada, all the way through Half Moon Bay High. My children have gone, or are still going, through Cabrillo as well. My family has always been a huge supporter of local public education and our school system since the 70s. So I'd like you to think about the school board before you're ever on it. Let's just do some imagining. I want you to imagine a way of doing things differently, where assumptions of good intentions and collaboration are your guiding forces. Now, let's reflect on the last few years, and that image quickly vanishes. I ask you why. Why is every single year seen as a need to divide and conquer those bad teachers? Why are we pitted against each other? Why is each year worse than the last? When are we going to be done with this? It's so disrespectful that you'd rather line the pockets of your attorney at a rate of hundreds of dollars an hour than quickly work to a resolution. There's just no incentive. Those hundreds of dollars an hour add up to tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Are his fees 1%, 2%, 3%? It makes me wonder, that's for sure. Imagine what it would be like to work like other neighboring districts, to update their contract in less than 2 weeks. That's just a wow. Let's flip the switch on our thinking and solve the problem. This $9 million that was moved to restricted funding just feels like a shell game. Let's stop and do something other than earn a pittance with interest in that. Imagine all the good that money could do. So before I close, a few requests. Please stop saying that CUTA leadership does not have the support of its members, because they do, 100%. But many of the CUTA members cannot participate or be active because they are working other jobs to supplement their income. Please stop blaming teachers for your budget issues, especially when you continue to hire district staff. Please notice how needy our students are physically and emotionally, and how your teachers bear the burden of those needy students without your support. Please realize your successes are built on the backs of your teachers. Please notice all those college admissions that you're going to be bragging about pretty soon. Every single teacher in this district supported those students from kindergarten all the way up.
30 seconds.
And let me end with one final request. We're talking about time. If I'm required to limit my comments to 2 to 3 minutes, then so should you. These board meetings go on far too long, longer than they ever used to, by hours, not just minutes. Again, let's look at our history, and you will see business was efficient and effective. Let's get back to basics and strengthen our foundation, starting with our teachers. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Heidi. Next, Abby Foster.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. I have two things. One is I'd like to speak a few words on my own, but I'm also speaking on behalf of another teacher who, as Heidi mentioned, was not able to be here tonight due to other commitments. And that teacher is Renee Vences Marson. She teaches 5th grade in the immersion program at Hatch. So I'm going to say her words here. Good evening, governing board members. My name is Renee Vences Marson, and I am part of the immersion team at Hatch, of teachers at Hatch Elementary. I teach Spanish immersion and social studies for 5th grade. The immersion program at Hatch is composed of a team of various teachers from all walks of life whose sole purpose is to help students be successful bilingual citizens. Immersion teachers are overwhelmed, thus not able to work their full potential for bilingual students. Even though I drive from San Francisco each day, I enjoy the small community of Half Moon Bay and working with the next generation of Half Moon Bay residents. Other districts in San Mateo County have chosen to work with and for their teachers, giving them raises for credentialed bilingual teachers, bonuses, and COVID sick time. We have to fight for everything in order to survive, and even with that, it's not enough to keep teachers in the district. Our program is something very unique, and not supporting it with proper salary is making credentialed local bilingual teachers not even consider Cabrillo as a potential employer. Half Moon Bay students need and deserve fully credentialed teachers to teach the future generations in this global community. Attentively, Renee Vences Marson. Now I will say something of my own. I'd like to talk about the current climate between our teachers and the district administration. It's pretty toxic, and it doesn't have to be this way. Heidi mentioned a few things that I'm also going to say. When I used to negotiate the contract 25 years ago, we followed the guidelines of interest-based bargaining. Teachers, administrators, and school board members worked together in the best interest of all concerned parties, notably the students, to negotiate a contract that was fair. Greg Danis and his firm, the lawyer that Heidi referred to, he's been there since before my time, so you can ask him how it used to be. It never used to be like this. It doesn't mean we always agreed on everything, but we always put our interests on the table and work together to find a solution. That doesn't happen now. Now we get to impasse. How is this happening? I implore you, get curious, board members. Ask questions. Why is this happening? What can we do to make it better? Do your due diligence. This is your job. Oversee what's going on here. Take the time to figure out what's happening and make it better. Without qualified teachers, we can't serve our students. My children are at the high school now. They've had
30
long-term
seconds.
subs every single year for the past 5 years between Cunha and high school. And that's just not the best education, trust me. They've had great teachers in some cases, but when they've had long-term subs, it's not an ideal situation. We can do better. Please do better. I'll end by saying that I've noticed that relations in our district seem to mirror the political divide in our country. Let's change it. Let's work together to serve our students.
Thank you, Abby. Next, we will go to Jenny Scarpacci.
Hello. Hello, I'm Jenny Scarpacci. I am a resident of the coast. I have been teaching at Fairlawn View for 18 years. I teach first grade. I've taught every grade but third, including pre-K and summer school. I love teaching so much. I love my students. They are the light of my life. They're the light of my day. They make me giggle, they make me smile, they make me laugh. I love being there with them. I love my school. I love my parent community. I love the coast side. I loved driving south on the highway tonight and watching the sunset and the beautiful ocean. I love my colleagues. They're my family. I love that we're sitting here together in communion and community. I love seeing people I haven't seen in years in person tonight. I don't love all the crises our coast has had to face, specifically in January, but even for the last 4 years. It never ends. I think it creates trauma in all of us. I don't love feeling disrespected. I don't love hearing that my colleagues have to have multiple jobs in order to have food on the table. I don't love hearing people leaving the profession because everything else looks better. I don't love hearing my colleagues say they can't afford to have a family. I don't love feeling uncomfortable asking for something that I deserve. I don't love having colleagues tell me that their sinks are clogged and have been for years. I don't love hearing colleagues tell me that they go to classrooms without heat and get sick. I don't love hearing colleagues tell me they feel uncomfortable taking their sick days and made to feel guilty for taking their sick days. I don't love being paid unfairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. And next we have Ann Reichenbusch. And please correct me, I should know by now, Reichbusch. I just know you as our magnificent French teacher at the high school. So thank you
Hi.
for the correction.
Thanks for having us. I am currently at the high school. I was at the elementary school. I was at Hatch for 12 years, and I was at Cunha for a year. When I moved here in 1987, I bought my house for $187,000, and the community has changed a whole lot since then. Hundreds of houses have been built, and the people who live in those houses from the Silicon Valley, they're paid about a lot more than we are. When I got hired, I had full family benefits for my children and my whole family, and it was a great place to work. However, now the cost of a median house is, the median cost of house is $1.9 million, and the teacher salaries have not risen to at the same rate as the housing. How are we supposed to attract quality teachers if we can't, if they cannot see the possibility of ever really owning a house here, or even paying for their health care, having to hold multiple jobs? I have two daughters that went through the whole Cabrillo Unified School District schools, and I was very proud of the schools at that point. However, now I have three grandchildren, and I'm not really sure that they're going to be having the same commitment to Cabrillo, because I think that it's the respect for teachers. Teachers need to be respected and need to be considered when working out budgets. We've been told every year that cuts would be as far away from the classroom as possible. I don't see that happening when I read the figures on the budget, which is down for teachers and somehow up for administration. I'm not criticizing administration. Our principals, our vice principals, they do fabulous jobs. Let's see. I think that's probably all I have to say. Anyway, I just want to say that it's just becoming harder and harder and harder for people to live in this community. And it's very frustrating when you hear, oh, I'm working over the hill now and I make $30,000 more a year. You know, I mean, that's a huge difference. It's not just a little different. It's a lot different. And I'm sure you are all aware of it. Anyway, thank you for listening and have a good evening. And I hope that you really take into consideration what we're saying about needing respect, needing to be considered, and needing to be valued as teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Next, Brian Anderson.
All right, good evening. My name is Brian Anderson. This is my 11th year teaching at Half Moon Bay High School. I'm a physical education teacher, and I'm also the varsity baseball coach. That's why I was coming in a little bit late, had to shut down practice early just to get here to speak to you all tonight, and I appreciate you giving us the time allotted for tonight. I'm up here to support our teachers. They're teachers that I talk to, not just myself, but that have to consider leaving the past couple of years, just the way that it's gone in our school district, with not enough wage increases and those that need healthcare increases as well. I myself do not have any children, but there are people that do have kids, and it's getting harder and harder to pay for those healthcare costs. It's also getting harder and harder to pay for the rent increases that people have here in Cabrillo. I myself am lucky that I have a landlord that's understanding, and I've taught their son before, and my rent hasn't been jacked up like some of these places, but there's teachers that are paying upwards to $3,700 a month just to rent, which is staggering. And then those people try to have a family, and they're paying thousands of dollars for healthcare, and I don't understand how they can do it at all. And I talk to a lot of people on campus. I move around a lot being a PE teacher. I'm outside a lot. I'm not just in four walls. And I've never talked to as many teachers this year that are considering leaving the district. And not even just the district, but the teaching field entirely because of the way things have gone the past couple years when it's come with some discipline issues and improvements that need to happen at all the sites. I know I just work up at the high school, but obviously I talk to other teachers as well. And while everybody is doing their best job, I'm not knocking people at the sites. Like, we have awesome people that help take care of our internet, help take care of our grounds and fix things, but it's just a lot. So like, there's a lot of understaffing when it comes to the teachers too. A lot of teachers have really high caseloads, and it's tough to give every single individual in your classroom enough time that they deserve as students, and let alone enough time to respond to the emails that you get from parents or phone calls and things of that nature. So it has gotten a lot tougher the past couple years. And I'm just here to say, please support our teachers, keep that in mind. And I know I've worked with some of you here to help out some of your students as well that you may have on the board. I would
30
never
seconds,
call that
right?
out publicly, but I appreciate teaching your kids as well. I enjoy working for Cabrillo, but it has gotten tougher, and I understand what my colleagues are going through. And I would just say, please support us. And I know you can't respond, but the thing that I just don't understand is we keep talking about the state budget and what's going to come to education as far as money. And if we could get a more concrete date on maybe when we could hear an offer, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next up, Carrie DiMartini.
Hello. I'm a special ed teacher up at Half Moon Bay High School. I am also an alumni of El Granada, Cunha, and Half Moon Bay High School. Been on the coast the majority of my life. It was my dream to teach at Half Moon Bay High School 20-something years ago, about 20 years ago. And in 2006, I started working up there. And my husband's also a teacher in a different school district. And, you know, the only way we were able to buy a house on the coast is because we have family that wants us to stay here, so they helped us. It's the only way we can stay in that house. It's not affordable. And since, you know, over the last 15 years, it's gone up even more. I looked today, and to rent a 2-bedroom, like Brian was saying, $3,700 is the low end. There's very few 1-bedrooms. So how are we supposed to attract teachers when their entire salary would go to rent? I have watched at the high school personally many great teachers come in, love the high school, love the community, love being here. But then they decide they want to start a family and get married and maybe buy their own place. And the only way they can do that is by working over the hill, and they leave us. We have a huge turnover. When we do have openings in special ed, we often get a lot of applicants. Then when we call them to interview them, most of them have taken other jobs, or they've looked at our salary schedule and they're no longer interested. And then we're scrambling in August to find whoever we can. And sometimes those teachers are not credentialed, they're long-term subs, and they stay maybe a year or two, and then we go through it all again. It's really sad for the kids and the community to have this turnover. I also, in this minute, I'm going to quickly read a letter from Ms. Keith Holden, who's also a lifetime resident of the coast. Hello, my name is Keith Holden, and I've been a teacher in this district for 20 years. I'm also a parent in the district. It's been frustrating to watch the community that I love have a shortage of qualified teachers. It is difficult to retain quality teachers where the cost of living is so high you do not compensate them with enough pay or enough benefits for their families. Over the years I've been here, I've seen many outstanding teachers leave for better pay and or better benefits. I do not blame these teachers as they were not raised and or live in
30
this
seconds.
community. I do blame a district that could attempt to retain these excellent teachers. The massive turnover in teachers in our district is a problem. Ultimately, by not compensating teachers well enough, our students suffer. It is irresponsible for a school district to choose money over the education of a child. It's only getting worse. And as long as we continue to not even match the inflation with our salaries, it is going to just keep getting worse.
Thank you, Carrie. Next, Monica Hart-Nolan.
Hello, good evening, members of the board. My name is Monica Hart-Nolan, and I have been a teacher here in Cabrillo Unified School District since 1985. And I'm retiring this year. My own children were successfully educated in Cabrillo Unified by many wonderful teachers, and I also want to thank our CUTA leadership for their fine efforts in both representation and negotiations. Please understand they do represent the membership and are going above and beyond to serve their association. Many of us simply don't have the time or the surplus energy to do the same. And we may even be working second jobs, many do. But I know the majority of us are very grateful to them. As a veteran teacher, I'm here to stand with my colleagues who I know are struggling to manage financially here in the Bay Area. I am also a lifetime Bay Area kid, grew up in South City, moved down to the coast in the 80s. I have 2 young adult children who've worked with kids in outdoor education, but I told both of them, do not go into classroom teaching. You will sacrifice your personal time, your health, your own money, and you will not be well compensated for your talents, your hard work, and all the hours you'll put in. You may not be given the adequate support to meet the needs of so many students, and you will be battered by political wins and even accused of being second or third rate. Surely you've all heard the old tired saw that teachers are just a bunch of academic underachievers who attend second-rate colleges. Many people assume we are either saints and martyrs or parasites and schlubs. Even now, teachers are taking heat over manufactured political crises in various parts of this country. We don't teach, we indoctrinate. I'm sure you've heard of CRT, culture war, rubbish, and tripe. In addition to the ordinary political and financial burdens on teachers, there is a serious increase in the social emotional needs of our students, greatly impacting their learning. And then let's add random gun violence, of which Half Moon Bay is now tragically familiar. My own daughter conducts educational outreach for a nonprofit research institute. Her entry salary was nearly twice that of our beginning teachers. Does she work as hard as a typical first-year teacher? Possibly, but she is certainly not subject to the same emotional stress and demands. I'm very disheartened that you, our fellow community members who serve on this board, are allowing contract negotiations to proceed into the spring again, stalled in recognizing and rewarding your teachers. This is our 4th round of intractable negotiations under this administration. The state has increased funding for schools that you are too miserly to pass an increase on. It's especially galling to learn you are raising administrative salaries while saying no to your teachers. I've been with this profession 37 years. The song and dance remains the same. We are considered an inconvenient financial drag. And how can we have schools without teachers? Please end this adversarial position you've taken for 4 years. I'm sure you want to staff our schools successfully into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Misty Veloso. Misty.
Good evening. My name is Misty Veloso, and I have been teaching at Hatch for 25 years. I grew up on the coast side. I went through all El Granada, Cunha, and the high school, so I'm a product of the system. In addition to being a community member and a teacher, I'm also a parent, and I have a daughter who also went through the system here on the coast side. And she's working on a double major at the University of Oregon. And her double major is accounting and economics. Sounds very exciting. She has considered actually working for the FBI as a forensic accountant. Forensic accountants review and compare budgets to find errors and discrepancies. They basically flesh out the financial bad guys. Sounds pretty exciting. Although CUTA and CTA do not work for the FBI, their forensic eyes have combed through your proposed budget that was presented at the last board meeting. They've reviewed, compared, and researched your budget proposal. And once again, CUTA has come to a different conclusion, once again. With support of CTA, CUTA finds that the district does have funds to increase teacher salaries again. I'm not going to stand here tonight like I've done in the past 3 years, telling you how hard I work and how much my colleagues and I deserve a pay raise. It's demoralizing. Tonight, I'm going to stand here in front of you and just say 3 simple words: pay your teachers. President Joe Biden said it this week in his State of the Union address, and I quote, "Folks, give the teachers a raise." And I say, just do what Joe says.
Thank you, Misty. All right, and we have one written comment submitted before the meeting from Annette Angeles Haggerty, and I will read it. It says, 1, the calendar process was not valid. 2, we were asked to have a survey filled out by Friday, and you are voting on it. 3, PDs are on Fridays again. 3, again, break does not align with Easter 4/9 or Passover 4/5 to 4/13, which historically does. All right, and so with that, we are done with public comments. Okay, so 3B's Employee Organizations Report. 1, CUTA representatives.
Good evening, everyone. So many different things to say. I think it's going to be choppy tonight. I'll start with my prepared sentences. I look forward to working with the board and district administration who know how to make teachers feel respected, who value action over grand plans, who understand the complexity of the classroom, and who understand that the rainy day is now. I ask that you take up CUTA's offer to hear our side of the budget debate in a forum where we can actually discuss the issues. At our last meeting, Ms. Wald put that offer out, and I believe Ms. Daniel said she would maybe respond to that, if I remember correctly. Or no, I'm sorry, it was Lisette. I don't know if that's happened. But we also have valid, researched, fact-based, evidence-based opinions and views of the budget, beyond opinions. I think it's Dr. McFetridge who says we all have our different facts or truths. Our opportunity to share our truth with you is pretty much up here, and we don't feel that we're being heard. I wanted to come tonight with a meme from Charlie Brown, the noises that the parents make, because I don't feel that we're heard up here. I find the clock and the chime at 30 seconds rude, insulting. I don't think we need that. I think having it on the screen up there is a distraction, an insulting distraction. I think it was Heidi who commented on the comments that the board members make, while lovely, are long, definitely much longer than 3 minutes. And while the board is obviously important, so is the community. How often are there many people here even speaking? Yet it's very important, apparently, to limit the speakers. It is insulting. And I'm going to stop here.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Wall, the CUTA bargaining chair, and I'm also a kindergarten teacher at Hatch Elementary. So good evening, board members and district staff. I was here last time. Here we go again. The district is crying poor and stating publicly that it needs to tighten its belt. In other words, teacher belts are about to be tightened. If the district projection holds, the total dollars paid to teacher salaries will have declined by $1.1 million from 21-22 to 22-23. In the meantime, administrative salaries are projected to climb $765,000 over the 22-23 budget. So what is going on here? The total outgo of your funds in 22-23 continues to be approximately $46 million, just like in 21-22. Yet the teaching unit is projected to receive a smaller percentage and fewer dollars this year. Local districts allocate between 35 and 38% of their total outgo to total teacher salaries. CUSD's percentage of outgo is around 30% now. Cabrillo teacher salaries could be brought up to the surrounding districts if the proper budgeting allocations are made. Let's be plain, to attract and retain qualified instructors, CUSD needs to increase teacher salaries by big percentages because its starting salary is near the bottom of surrounding districts. We are just one up from the bottom. The long-term stated goal of CUTA, which you've heard us say over and over again, has been to lift the salary schedule to be competitive with surrounding districts. The reason CUSD must give large raises is because it's playing catch-up with other local districts. School districts exist to educate students. Teachers educate students. You need teachers. And Kim Hines has kindly told us many times that teachers are the secret sauce. And I accept that compliment. It's very nice. But I would go further. I would say that teachers are the bun and the burger. You can't do it without us. Teacher salaries need to be prioritized in the budget because we are the most essential workers. You also need school site staff and yard duty personnel to keep children safe and cared for. These positions should be budget priorities and valued. I know that over the years, I keep hearing about the fiscal cliff that we're about to fall off of. CUSD revenues have increased by over $13 million in the last 5 years. This is not a revenue crisis that we have going on. This is a budgeting crisis. We can see that the district is carrying over a restricted ending balance. This year, it is projected to be over $6.6 million. But I need to be clear that this $6.6 million fund is not restricted like special education or Title I funds. That is restricted money. These dollars are earmarked for certain categories of service that can relieve pressure on the general fund, including reading intervention services, which are just sadly lacking in our elementary schools, and credentialed art teachers, which will benefit student academic growth. The CUTA bargaining team meets with the district on Monday, February 27th. CUTA made our salary proposal to the district in October, and we haven't heard back yet. It's been 4 months now, and we look forward to a response. I want to thank the board members and staff who did reach out to me to discuss the budget, and I welcome any of you to email me at my work address to talk. One more thing. If you were relying on administration to let you know what teachers think and teachers feel, please don't ask admin. Instead, ask a teacher. You know us, ask us. We don't need a filter of somebody else's perceptions of what we believe to go through. Closed session's not the place to find out about your vital workforce. So thank you for your time.
Sorry to come back up like this, but a couple of things I forgot, of course. The past week, CUTA has been asked to carry out duties that typically are done by the district administration. And I'd just like to point out that while district admin, part of their job includes the meetings and, various work, the Teachers, our union duties are above and beyond. It is not part of our workday. We are here because we feel we're doing the right thing, but we have no interest and no time to take on jobs that have historically been and should be performed by the district. Thank you.
Thank you both. And do we have a representative from CSEA here tonight?
CSEA President Diane Powley told me that they would not be speaking tonight.
Thank you for the update. All right. We go to board members' report. And I don't know how I did it last time, but I'm just going to open it up to folks to chime in when they like to speak. So who wants to go first? And again, one comment, folks are welcome to stay as long as they like. We also do have the meetings on YouTube, which I like because I go watch them at 1.5 times speed. So.
Do you just want me to
Yeah, go
talk
ahead.
really fast? Should I talk at 1.5 times speed? Okay, I'm quick tonight. I just wanted to say one thing. I know when I'm here, I'm always encouraging people to reach out to me, which people do, and I'm glad that they are doing that. But I do also want to encourage people to reach out to the person they're having the problem with, because a lot of times problems come to me because, you know, people know me, or they know I have a kid too, or they see me in the store. And a lot of times it's a problem they're having with, you know, their kid or someone. So I really want to encourage people to reach out. And I thought about why I think people don't reach out to the person they're having the issue with. And it's hard, for one, it's hard to do that. But people are busy, and, you know, if they're seeing you in the store, they might just grab you. They also worry that they don't know the policies. And they also worry about retaliation to their child in that class. But I'm here to encourage people to please be brave. Be brave and try to reach out to the person you're having the problem with. If it's the teacher, and if that doesn't work, go to your principal. And if that doesn't work, go to the superintendent. And if that doesn't work, come to me. But I find that a lot of times they're coming straight to me, and then I'm kind of having to reroute them back through the system, which I think is hard to do. So, you know, everyone tries to help, and we do have staff that, you know, that's their job, is to deal, you know, try to fix problems. And we do want to hear from people with kids, and we do want, because we're all in this together, and we're all doing the best we can to educate those kids. So we really value the impact of them. But I do want to try to, you know, just encourage people to be brave. And I'm an optimist, so I always think that people have best interest at heart. And I've been brave in getting up here and doing this. And I want other people to try to be brave too, because the only way we're going to make this the best system is if everyone has, you know, tells their thoughts and tries to help fix things. So that's what I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary Beth. Who would like to go second? Or I'll call.
Thanks. I want to thank all of the teachers who were brave and stood up and shared information this evening. It truly is helpful to hear perspectives. I was really pleased to get a lovely email that provided brainstorming and sharing with me some things that were needed in the classroom. And so we'll be meeting with that teacher hopefully soon. So it's, again, my email's open, and I'm open to meeting with anyone who wants to talk details. I'm still concerned that we don't have the analyst in Senator Becker's office that was working on education, and I've not had the bandwidth in the last month to follow up with their office, but we'll do so again. Reminder, the issue last month is that we're flipping from basic aid back to LCFF, and with the cost of living index, the power of the funds we have, it doesn't go as far as other localities. So that's just one slice of the puzzle, and I totally agree that our teachers are deserving of salaries that will help them live in this area. And the economics is not only just monopoly and upside down and on its ear. The language I heard this last week, it's not only an economic crisis, it's a spiritual crisis, and we all have to figure out how to work together on this. So I'm hoping that we can keep these conversations moving forward in a constructive way. And I just want to also name that we haven't spoken about it yet tonight, but my heart was full when I saw what the El Granada PTO was doing in terms of addressing needs of students and families that were impacted by being displaced and by the shooting. And so it was, I'm sitting, when I first heard about the shooting, it was, I'm getting a text from my son. And then I'm getting talking to, a few minutes later, talking to Sean. And there was just so much partial information flying around that, just kind of long story short, I was really pleased that the sheriff's office has sent a letter to the district and that they will work with us in terms of communications upfront and in advance during such a crisis. My heart hopes that we don't have that same crisis situation, but the last item is that I named it, I was asked at the end of a meeting, are there any go backs? And I said, yeah, there are a lot of people hurting in my community right now. And I was on a conference call with people across the country. And I said, when you're in the grocery store, say hello to someone you don't know and make eye contact. I said, we are a community and we've got to figure out how to do this better. And the phone call I got in response was another person that was on that line had lost her husband to gun violence in Oakland. So it truly does make a difference. And I think we have, yes, we've got the issues around farm workers, and we've got teacher salary, and we've got housing. We have so much to work on. Let's make the space to keep the conversations going. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Lizette?
Thank you. First of all, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you teachers for coming and speaking your truth and seeing familiar faces. I'm really bad with names, but I remember faces, so thank you for being here. I want to start off with, I guess I'm going to piggyback off on what Kim was saying, because that was one of my main topics I wanted to talk about, and it was about the devastating shooting that we had. And I want to reach out to all the adults and mainly all the community members in this community, not only to say hi, because I find it ironic how I'm up here and I'm treated a different way, but when I'm at the grocery store or when I'm somewhere else, I'm not even given the time of day. And it does make me feel like there's still a divide in the community. So just be aware of that. We're all in this community. We're all different. We look different. We come from very different backgrounds, but we're all in this community, and that makes us connected. And we're all connected in one shape, way, or form. I took this tragedy very personal. My parents are farm workers, and sometimes we don't realize how connected we are, even to these farm working families that we might never talk to, because they produce some of the stuff that we have on the table. We are connected to the people who clean your houses and the people who cook your foods in these beautiful and expensive restaurants on the coast. And I think sometimes we as adults don't realize how important it is for us to talk to our children about it. I think it was very saddening to hear my daughter, who couldn't sleep at night, just devastated with what happened, and going to school with people, a lot of people who were making fun of this situation and making Chinese eyes and laughing about it and making just completely just I couldn't, I couldn't believe the comments that were being said, and I found that so devastating. I want to thank all the community members that came out and reached out to the people that needed it, but I also, in long term, I think it's important that we talk to our kids and we tell them, and I'm not saying we don't, I'm just saying maybe we need to do a little more, because it was just, I couldn't believe the comments that were being said and how it became kind of a joke. And these are our kids, these are our future, and if we don't have them have empathy and kind of just recognize that, yeah, maybe you'll never sit down with these people and have a meal with them, but we are connected and we are a community, and we need to recognize that we all live in the same community together. And at one point, we will, and if you believe it or not, we all bump paths and we meet each other. And there's a lot of things that people don't get credit for. And we just need to acknowledge that. And I don't know how I'm coming across it. It's like so personal and just so devastating. And I don't even know what to say with the uncovering of just the inhumane ways that people have been living for decades and years and years and years. And people have been living in these kind of conditions, in these kind of situations, because of immigration status, because of language barriers, because of so many, so many things that, are devastating, but because we don't know them, they're not our neighbors, or maybe they're not our relatives, we think it's not happening, but it's happening. And it's just sad to see that it always has to have, something has to happen after a tragedy like this. So thank you for everybody for being here, and I just hope we do better with our kids and teach them some empathy and teach them how we're all connected. We are all connected. And lastly, I wanted to say I'm really excited and that we're going through this equity audit. I'm really trying to get more of the Latino community involved, but it's not easy. It's very difficult. So it's so important for us in our district as teachers, as board members, to try and push for this. I know some of the liaisons do this, but it's just so important because they're very different needs. Sometimes I know that there's needs that sometimes people don't know because of language barriers. There have been parents that don't get the extra help that they need by, getting a special one-on-one with the counselors. And it's very different. It's very different from a parent who kind of already knows how to navigate the school system and how to really prepare their kids for their future. And then you have parents who have no idea what's happening. All they know is they want them to graduate. And when we talk about equity, we really need to be mindful, and we really need to make sure that we do what the child needs at this moment in time. And if this moment in time, this child who has, parents who are not English speaking and are, he's a typical child who will be might not graduate, or, whatever it is. I think these are the families that we need to make time for. We can't say we're busy. We always are busy, but we need to, as a district and a community, we need to just really help them out, because I try to help them out and try and get them to talk to the people that they need to talk to, because I know sometimes they feel like because I'm Spanish speaking and I'm a board member, I'm gonna stomp in and make all the wrongs right, and it doesn't work like that. I think they need to advocate for themselves. But I as a community member and as a parent, I think it's very disheartening to hear that the real people that need this special attention and services are not getting it. It's so saddening. So I don't even know what to say. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna just say a few words in Spanish. Hopefully I don't go much over 3 minutes. I do agree, maybe we shouldn't talk as much as well. But buenas noches, y nada más quiero dar mis sinceras condolencias a toda la comunidad, y muchas gracias a todos por apoyarnos, y más que nada que seamos personas más productivas y ayudar a nuestros hijos a comprender que estas cosas pasan y tener más, más empatía y más, más, no sé, sinceridad en cómo nos tratamos como comunidad, porque al final del día, aunque no nos conozcamos, todos somos parte de esta comunidad y todos en una manera u otra tenemos algo que ver con uno y otro, y por el hecho de que vivimos en este pueblo y somos parte de esta comunidad, es tan importante que nos apoyemos, que nos demos la mano y que nos ayudemos a seguir adelante, y más que nada por nuestros hijos, que son el futuro, que es el futuro de este lugar del mundo. Y otra vez animarlos a que vengan a las juntas. Tenemos traducción disponible. Tenemos a Rosy, que está aquí, que ella siempre está más que dispuesta a ayudar. Si alguien quiere hacer un comentario, si no quiere estar aquí presente, les pido y les urjo que vengan, participen, se involucren y sean presentes, porque no hay mucha representación de la mayoría, que es lo que es este distrito. La mayoría son familias latinas y hispanas. Gracias y buenas noches.
Thank you very much, Lizette. Carmen?
Again, thank you, everyone who came and everyone who shared comments. That's really great to hear how passionate and how heartfelt people's opinions are and people's desires. This has been a crazy month. And I just wanted to say thank you to all the first responders and all of the people who had to work extra and go the extra mile to get everybody as safe as we could be. Superintendent called me on that Monday. It was 4:15, and it was the first thing I'd heard, and it was just so heartbreaking. And I don't even know what to say. I just want to acknowledge just what devastating and hideous thing has happened in our community. Anyway, on that note, thank you for having me, and that'll conclude my comments.
Thank you very much, Carmen. So I just want to start also saying thank you to everyone who came from the public to share comments, and to our partners. CSA couldn't be here tonight, who come here and speak freely. I'm grateful they don't have the constraint of time, so we can hear more of a long perspective from theirs on behalf of their members. That's fantastic. And it does make me sad that it dwindled down to a few strong stalwarts here who are here to listen. I appreciate that, because kind of as Lizette and Kim, I think, kind of alluded, it's working together. Community really requires listening in multiple directions openly, and listening to the different, as Dr. McFetrick calls it, different truths, but different, I think of it as different perspectives on the truth is somewhere in there. And sometimes it's more to one, sometimes it's more the other, sometimes it's in the middle, but you don't find out unless you listen and be heard. So I think that's really important. Particularly as Lizette, I just appreciate that she speaks her comments in Spanish as well, representing, unfortunately, 20% of the board, but 50% somewhat of our students. I think your voice is really important to hear. And so I think that's important. That's important, for lack of a better word. And it's just hard to not have this cloud over our heads of the past month and the tragedies with the storms and the tragic shooting. It's just, I think, really super important that we don't unsee what we saw during that, with the living conditions of our farm workers who grow the food that we eat, that enables us to walk around being healthy and strong when we are. But understanding that we need to make a new commitment to the essential workers in our community, be they in schools, be they first responders, the trauma that our sheriff's department has gone through and that our EMTs have gone through. It's beyond belief to think about what they experienced with these cases. I thought the storms were bad, and then you think about them, what they went through, what they're going through, what they're experiencing now. And yeah, so there's definitely, clearly with situation in the Bay Area, super challenging, with these situations on top. So Our job here in the board is to step back and always see the big picture. We don't, as Lizette said, micromanage the details. That's their job, your job, whoever's an employee. We are in the policy role, so I think a lot about that is our job. We are here now thinking it's 2023. It's been about 3 years since the pandemic began. It's hard to believe. Since then, we struggled through about a year of remote learning, a year of transitioning back to campus, which we're still kind of sort of doing. Lots of disasters we just talked about. And the question is, so now here we are, February 2023, what's next? I feel like each one of us has the power in our individual lives as people, members of this community, and our roles in this community to contribute to this, to what it comes next. So our state, which is the 5th largest economy in the world, spends nearly 40% of its annual budget on education. That's billions and billions and billions of dollars, and that number keeps going up. Yet the gap in student outcomes only continues to widen. There's a strong case to be made for more equitable funding among our schools, especially for those of us here in San Mateo County, where per student spending varies threefold or more. And this cannot make me more upset because it makes no sense. It makes no sense 3 times different in neighboring districts. So yeah, Over the Hill gets 3 times more money in many cases for students with less need. And we're not even, we're not alone in this. State spending is heavily reliant on personal income taxes. That was Prop 13 that changed the economy of our state revenues. And so we're heavily dependent on income taxes, personal income taxes, which fluctuate with the stock market, because that's where most of those come from. So when we hear Mr. Contreras speak about the roller coaster, that's following the stock market, because that's where the income taxes go, and that's where all the budgets go. And I will say this year, after sitting in a 3-hour meeting in Redwood City with advocates for schools and students in California, to hear through the governor's proposed budget, and now to understand the process we're going to go through for the next several months, and hopefully by the end of June, in case anyone's curious, is typically when we hear the budget for the year. So if folks are wondering, timing-wise, we're not going to know till the end of June what the budget is for the state. Education is the only sector of the state that didn't get cut. Healthcare took big cuts. Other social services took big cuts. We should be probably a little worried about climate change and fires and wildfires, because all those other departments took big cuts. So, or those areas. So there's still a lot of, there is a lot of uncertainty, always will be, especially with these challenges that we face here locally in the Bay Area. So all that said, yes, there's a lot of challenges we face. There is a lot for which I'm personally very grateful. It's been great to be getting back on campus as things get a little bit more chill. I read a book about Latina heroes last week as part of Hatch Elementary's community reader program. That was actually super fun, as well as to be at the career panel at Half Moon Bay High School, hearing speakers on health sciences. And I'm really grateful for district staff initiating the equity audit, which we've heard a little bit about before, which is also designed to lead into a strategic planning process. And yes, that is our job, is to think long-term, not just emergency today. What do? We need to plan for the future. So that's really important tool for us to be able to do that. I'm grateful for colleagues at San Mateo County School Boards Association who are partnering together to bring best practices to districts across our county. And I invite all our members here to join us on February 27th for an important discussion on how we can address the implicit bias that needs to be addressed in parallel to our equity efforts, different mechanisms that we have in place. So there'll be a meeting. Everyone should get an email from SMCSBA about the equity dinner meeting on February 27th. So stay tuned for that. Hopefully everyone can make it. District staff are invited as well. So I just want to put in a plug for that. I'm grateful to have been briefed, as I mentioned, by the CSB advocates on the budget, and looking forward to starting with the legislative committee, the meeting in Sacramento next week. So again, open invite. I've come to learn way more than any human probably ought to about how the sausage is made, as we like to say in Sacramento, with regards to the state budget and especially for public education. Something enough to make your mind want to explode, even when you consider yourself pretty decent at math. I might say not as good as Jesus, I can say about myself. But I'm happy to meet with anyone one-on-one, not to negotiate CUSD budget. I will not get into any situation in that regard because that's not appropriate as a board member. However, I can explain a little bit more about why budgets are how they are across the state. So that's an open invite. Grateful to have partnered with Dr. McFedridge earlier this week to present at the Coastside Chamber's State of the Coastside. So we give a quick highlight of that. Hopefully we can find a way to share that more with families in our community as well. It's really fun to be able to share with attendees there a little bit about like what we're doing, which I think, again, important for all of us to be aware of the bigger picture. And sometimes I know it's hard to listen to these necessarily long meetings. And yeah, I just feel like if it's not the events of the past month that just get us to say enough is enough, we need to work together to solve all of these challenges. One is not more important than the other, but some are a little bit more urgent. We need to do that. So that would be my call to actions. Let's just work together and do our best for people who need it most. And also, happy birthday to somebody whose birthday is coming up this week, Dr. McFedridge. Okay, so that brings us to the student board member report. Catalina.
Okay, so first starting off, just wanted to like in light of the events of last month, just as a student perspective, I think that just talking to the students was a really important thing that I didn't think got addressed enough. Just to the students, I had one class where we really sat down and we really talked about our feelings about it. But I think it was really important because this is the world we've grown up in. Mass shootings have been we've been seeing them on the news since we were little, and I think that really getting down and discussing how these make us feel and like how scared we all were. Because leadership, we sat down, I remember, and we had everyone go around and just say where you were, what you were feeling in that moment when you found out about it. And I think that if we were able to do that in more classes and teachers were more able to start discussing that, I think it's really important we do keep our students informed. And I think that keeping them and really just actually talking about these things with students and rather than just kind of brushing over it is really important. I know it's probably not the most fun topic to discuss, but I think as a student, I want to discuss these things with my teachers, and because in school is where we get most of our information about the world. That was just my little spiel. But going on to our school report outs from El Granada, January has been quite a month for us. Although we have struggled with the community and tragedy and weather hardships, we have had some bright spots. Our staff was well represented at the Wizards game, and the students thoroughly enjoyed the assembly with Mr. Smooth from the team. We are working on getting our waste sorting off the ground and starting to implement our green waste recycling. On Wednesday, the 8th, we had our parent power workshop in collaboration with Farrell on View in both English and Spanish. And this Saturday, it's the return of the family-oriented sweetheart dance. At Farrell on View, last month, 3 brave Farrell on View staff members and 1 Farrell on View parent played against the Harlem Wizards to help raise funds for our Boys and Girls Club of the Coastside and our CUSD PTOs. Last week, Farrell on View students participated in a great kindness challenge by completing acts of kindness checklists and creating paper chains of kind acts and more. On January 31st, the students participated in our first school spelling bee in many years. Our third grade school champion will participate in an online spelling bee to determine if she will participate in the San Ramon Valley Rotary Regional Spelling Bee after that. Currently, Farrell on View is in the midst of an online registration for kindergarten and transitional kindergarten, and they will have one more tour on Thursday, February 16th for interested families. At Hatch, they had a lot of fun this month. They enjoyed having Smooth from the Harlem Wizards visit the school, showing off his fun basketball tricks. 4 of the staff members participated in a game raising money for CUSD PTOs and the Boys and Girls Club. And they finished their readathon last week, including Community Readers Day, Books and Bagels morning, and author visit from Sean Harris. Students are now over 100 days smarter, and many classes had a fun 100th day class ceremony, day of class activities, including making crowns, necklaces, and art projects to celebrate. For our families interested in registering for TK, we have one more school tour on March 9th at 9 a.m. And for families interested in immersion, a follow-up meeting at 10 a.m. Remember, the immersion program applications are due by March 13th. At Kings Mountain, Robert Young of the Harlem Wizards made the one-way traffic control journey to share the exciting info about the game, and he showed the students some cool tricks with a basketball. For the 100th day of school on January 26th, kids created art projects, wrote poems, and walked 100 steps together. K through 3 learned about making plants and animals at Huddart Park on the 6th during an amazing nature hike. At Cunha, the fifth grade parent night was a great success, and it was nice to see many families attend. Our counselors are assisting 5th, 6th, and 7th grade students with course selections, and the Cunha 6th grade boys and girls basketball team got off to a great start, and a new greenhouse is on the way for the agricultural science class. Shop classes are making Mancala boards using CNC machines, and several exciting leadership activities have taken place. For Half Bay High School, it is National Counselors Week, and we value the increasing complex and demanding role they serve and the support they provide our students and families. Students are encouraged to reach out to their counselors and our wellness coordinator for the support of the traumatic event on January 23rd. Our counselors are going to be organizing healing circles for students and staff. Course requests for the 2023-2024 academic year are due tomorrow. Winter sports are heading towards the end of their season, with many teams vying for playoffs, and spring sports are kicking off their practices. The spring musical has rehearsals in full swing and are ramping up for an opening night in mid-March, and we have winter formal this Saturday night at Half Bay High School. Pilarcitos is getting ready to host the California High School Proficiency Exam on March 4th and March 5th. Students from around the country will be able to complete their high school equivalency at this session. Our students are completing the Monarch Mystery course for this year, as soon as the wintering butterflies will move across the country. We are also excited to be writing a grant to fund our proposal to expand restorative justice across the district in conjunction with Student Services and our SOS team. And the big news is Pilarcitos High School has now officially received our initial WASC accreditation, good through June 30th, 2026. La Costa Adult School, we are excited to report out we have 2 new programs that will be starting this month. We'll be offering ESL classes to students located at the Coastside Senior Campus, and these classes are incredibly popular, and we have already filled the class to capacity. If we have enough students for a second section, one will open. Then we also have a K-12 Success Program at Hatch Elementary. This will be an ESL class that will be exclusively for the parents of students of Hatch and will focus on language acquisition through a better understanding of the CUSD educational system. Parents that are interested should inquire at the Hatch main office. Additionally, we're anticipating the start of college and career exploration class that will be available to our adult high school diploma students taught by a counselor from the College of San Mateo, and we'll be starting starting up our integrated basic education and training skills program in partnership with DSM. Both programs should be starting around the beginning of March. And lastly, Los Listos Preschool. Los Listos had another successful parent engagement night this month with community guests and had several members of the community talking to parents and children, explaining what they do and why they like being a part of the Half Moon Bay community. The Half Moon Bay Library continues to visit once a week, and children love the weekly visits, and they are learning about kindness and friendship, and will celebrate a Valentine's Day party with a PJ Friendship Party.
Thank you so much, Catalina. Okay, and with that, we will go to item 3E, our superintendent's report.
Thanks very much. Catalina, thank you. You kind of stole my thunder with my good news at the end of it with the WASC hearing today, the Pilarcitos hearing today about WASC accreditation. And we'd heard Pilarcitos, James Barnes, and Lizette Bendanya present some months ago when they were talking about that process. I'm just so grateful for all that staff and for what they're doing to make that school accredited and to make the improvements they're making. I want to start by reviewing the events of the past month. Members of the public have asked me to talk about this. Clearly, January found us with a historic storm like one we hadn't seen in 150, 200 years. When our homes and families were turned upside down, still our staff and our students and our families showed up for each other. And I want to thank our staff for showing up to take care of students during that time, particularly our maintenance staff who worked to get generators hooked up so we could have power at schools and neighborhoods that had lost power. It is difficult on the coast side. It is true that we presented at the Chamber of Commerce 2 days ago, yesterday, I guess, and everybody there from Pescadero up to Montera, from Greg Dieguez on the Mid-Coast Council to folks from the city, were talking about how the coast side is not resourced like the rest of the county. And we've seen that in the comments tonight. We've seen that in the comments here. And yet people were resilient. People took care of each other. People did what they could do. And I appreciate everybody working to keep schools open, even when some of those neighborhoods lacked power for days and days. It is difficult to put in words what I know we all must feel. I would hope we all feel about the mass shootings that occurred on January 23rd. As I understand it, it is the first mass shooting in San Mateo County, or so I was read. I'm sad, kind of traumatized still that the coastside community had to experience the fear and trauma that was presented on that day, and in the time to follow, and to this day. And Catalina, hearing from you that students still need time to process that, and understanding that it is your generation that feels like these shootings happen all the time. This time, terrible to see where they occurred on the farms in the community. Terrible to see that they happened here. Shocking after Monterey Park happened. And then within 2 or 3 days, I think the news cycle had gone to the next shooting or to the next Black life taken across in Memphis with Tyree Nichols. So this has been a terrible time. And so all I can do is try to somehow, for my own resilience, and to remind us that I do think people are taking care of each other and trying to do the best we can. Again, I'm grateful to our staff for coming together to provide safe spaces for students. I was grateful for the city to reach out to say, can we use the event center for a vigil that happened last Tuesday, or for the vigil, the candlelight vigil that we attended the Friday before that, the We Are Very Weak. To see Gavin Newsom and all the politicians come to the IDES Center to speak about this, to commit, to double down, to see Ray Mueller the other day committing to bring resources to the coast. And for us in the district to see administrators on that day and to hear from them the same time as I was hearing from another administrator that we were on the street and trying to make sure students and staff were in classrooms and safe and taking care of one another, even though, and I've said this to the Half Moon Bay High School administrators, I've said this to the CUNY administrators, I experienced it seeing Kathleen Wall and Alyssa Jaramillo on the Hatch campus. I experienced it seeing the Pilarcitos folks and Lizette Bendaña and crew there on that day. You know, people were leading and putting their own lives at risk to make sure that they could do the best they could. And still, it's not perfect. But I am grateful and I'm proud of the actions of our administrators to follow the Big Five protocols. And some of them who were already securing campuses before I could even call them. And, you know, we heard the way we heard. At 3:15 on that day, 3:17, through various channels, people calling, sirens on the coast. And it wasn't perfect. And it isn't perfect. But I am grateful to law enforcement, and particularly to Captain Albin, who reached out to me on that Tuesday to begin talking about things we could put in place, and to Sheriff Corpus, who took my call on Monday when we wanted to figure out where families could, migrant families that we serve. Rosalba Segura came over to me and said, can you figure out where these families are going to get services? And I was able to talk to Sheriff Corpus on that night at 5 o'clock. And of course, I've reviewed my phone log, and she took my call and let me know. And I'm grateful to them. And I know that everybody received the letter. I hope everybody received the letter. Sign up for our letters. And Sheriff Corpus and Captain Albin had asked us to put a letter out to the community saying, this is what we got right, and this is where we need to do better. And last week I was meeting with Captain Albin and Sheriff Corpus and the County Superintendent, Nancy McGee, and with Amy Woolever from Pescadero La Honda to talk about next steps so that that communication is better to us going forward, and so that we can work on the hard work of trying to get more school resource officers made for the coast side, because several years ago before COVID, there were many, and now there are few. Now, we've always had a fantastic relationship with law enforcement, and you'll see Andy Boysen presenting here in a bit. And I think if you ask any of our administrators, Jeff Clinton, Andy Boysen, any of the Half Moon Bay High School administrators, or CUNY administrators, we deal a lot with the sheriffs, and they are very responsive to us, and they help us when we need them. And they helped us on that day. So I'm grateful to them for that. And again, I'm grateful to our administrators. I'm grateful for our teachers for holding our students and listening to them. And I'm grateful to Caroline Morton and Martha Ladd, who will be presenting on the response that we had with regard to counseling. And I am very pleased with their work and proud of their work. I wish it wasn't so needed to help with the social emotional learning, but that's why we shored up those resources so they could provide it. There's not much more I can say. We will continue to work with law enforcement. I trust that we will continue to improve our communications, and I believe in them, and I trust in them, and I've relied on them for years here and years past. I wish it wasn't so. On a different note, I want to say that at city council meetings, there's been some talk of workforce housing. We've spoken about that here at the DICE as we've been working with real estate advisors, and they presented to the board a couple of years ago. And next week they will come and present to the board. And the city needs to get out some information about where they can plan housing. And I get it. Every community in California right now is scrabbling to show where they're going to build housing, because if they don't have a plan, then it just goes to developers. And that's the law. So what I want to say about that, and I have a friend in the room who called me and said, hey, are you going to share other things with the class? This is a bombshell. Why are we hearing it from city council? The board has made no decisions. The board doesn't have the authority to act on a decision or a plan until it comes to a public session, and they still got to hear it from advisors. But it is true that for all the reasons we heard tonight about the affordability crisis, about the fact that we don't have enough money to pay teachers and staff, all staff, what they deserve and what they need on the coast or in the Bay Area, it is true that we are looking at affordable housing as a potential strategy by which we could recruit and retain and make life a little easier for our staff, because the state sure doesn't compensate us to be able to compensate them in the appropriate way. I already mentioned WASC. I think that's a great thing for Pilarcitos to get this WASC accreditation, because I know that they will start talking about dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment efforts and making that school less a school of last resort and instead a school of choice. And then for Half Moon Bay High School tonight, I'm very excited to see this presentation. It's comprehensive and quite detailed, and it shows a lot of things that is happening at the Half Moon Bay High School, and I'm very grateful for you guys showing up tonight to present that. And it seems like Andy and I are texting each other all the time, like, oh, have we done this? Have we done this? Hey, I got this, I got this. I so appreciate the leadership at Half Moon Bay High School. On the consent agenda tonight, I do want to point out March is Women's History Month. And so I thank my mother, and I thank my wife, and I thank all the women at these tables, and all the women in the audience, and all the women that are our staff. And please look at the consent agenda if you want to see the Women's History Month. I'm glad our banners are out there, and we'll be celebrating that in March. There is an update on comprehensive school safety plans. This happens every year at this time. We just basically update the board and say that the schools have been working on this, and by October 15, we must report whether or not those plans are not done, but this is an iterative process, and these folks, our schools, practice drills all the time. There is also an approval of a water tank donation at Kings Mountain Elementary School, and so I just want to say I'm really happy that the King Mountain Water Company years ago had built this water tank with our help, and now they're donating that to us. And if you want to see something that's a feel-good, that water tank will come to us, and hopefully we can pilot its use for storing water, not just for fire suppression, but also for irrigation. We did have a community hub agreement. I see our CEF Executive Director partner, Corinne Bucher here. I don't know if I see our other partners here, but from ALAS and Boys and Girls Club. But that will come back. Sometimes these agreements need to go through numerous eyes before they get right. We don't want to serve it. We do have a bond services agreement for Measure S there to approve, because we will hopefully go out for more bond dollars to be able to finish our job. An independent auditor selection is on the consent agenda. A developer fees study agreement has to happen. We have to have a justification study in order for us to build, to increase our developer fees. And then again, I want to welcome our Half Moon Bay High School colleagues, and then we can speak to it. One last thing, the student-teacher calendar got brought up in comments, and I said before to the board that we were going to pull that. Sometimes these processes don't always go clean. I'm glad that we got the communication from CUTA that they wanted us to pull it. I do believe that it was negotiated and discussed in good faith. It was always the interest of the district, and that means in this regard me, to balance the needs of our staff and our families. And we included 2 PTO presidents to represent families in the calendar process, and I think that's important. If you hear people say, oh, the calendar is not perfect, no calendar is going to be perfect. There are a lot of different interests. But bottom line, we presented a calendar that was negotiated and agreed upon. It still needs to be ratified by bargaining groups. We pulled it out of respect for that request, but we do think that this is a balance between, and a change that meets families' interests that have been voiced to us by elementary and secondary PTO representatives, and thank you for joining in that. And we also respect that the leaders of CUTA who sat with us and decided on that calendar, that they represented their members as well as CSEA. So I just wanted to put a pin in that. We look forward to bringing that back in March, and I hope it passes so that we can finally deliver a calendar to the people we serve, our families and our students. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you very much, Dr. McFedridge. All right, and that brings us to item 4, the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve, but not item H, because that was already pulled. I think Dr. McFedridge mentioned that.
Okay, so motion to approve is amended.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much, Carmen. Rosie?
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Carmen. And we're going to do roll call for this item. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette? Mary Beth?
Aye.
Catalina?
Aye.
Passes 5+1.
Thank you so much, everyone. All right, moving on to general business. Item 5A, Half Moon Bay High School presentation.
Hello, today we have Principal Boysen, Assistant Principal Miss Tower, Assistant Principal Schwan, and Student Success Advisor Mr. Jones here tonight to present to you our Half Moon Bay High School's presentation.
There we go. Thank you. I do want to mention, although I have my name on the slide, we've had some late nights this week, and we have more late nights until Sunday. And so I directed my team to stay home, but they've been lovingly insubordinate. They have come in support. So I do want to acknowledge them. Please, Ms. Schwan, Ms. Tower, and Mr. Jones as my team, who I'm truly grateful for. So thank you. So, okay. Yes, let's jump into it with the agenda. Do I direct the slide or I say Nick? Oh, right, thank you. Okay, perfect. So for agenda items here, we have a school overview, broad, some demographic data by subgroup, and then I'll go into components of Half Moon Bay High School education, target and drill down to our SIPSA goal, our school, single school plan for student achievement, and then gratitude, give thanks to our partners and supporters, and then just a general montage of different photographs of our students in action. Okay, so vision and mission. Our vision at Half Moon Bay High School is to provide a strong, comprehensive education for all of our students in order to prepare for and value citizenship, employment, and further education. And our mission is Half Moon Bay High School is committed to providing a physically and emotionally and socially safe environment and to maintaining an atmosphere in which students develop the desire to learn by working in partnerships with parents, staff, and community. We strive to cultivate participation, enthusiasm, and success, all of which prepare our students to function in a rapidly changing world. Before we know it, we are going to have our six-year WASC self-study in 2025, 2024, 25, and I will go ahead and reevaluate this vision and mission and tailor it to the world in which our students and community are living at that time. So that's where we will be going. Next up, our student learner outcomes. These are also developed during our WASC self-study, and we have three categories here. Academic achievement, that we focus on our students being college and career ready, that they're self-directed in their learning, and that our education, or at least our curriculum, is standards-based. Also, there's attention to citizenship, personal responsibility, respect for diversity, and value for community service. And lastly, the focus on communication, that our students have developed skills in listening, speaking, and writing, and also in terms of visual expression and technological expression. Shifting to our demographic data here, I have a chart, a table, as well as a pie chart here, and this shows you what I think you all know and are aware of as it comes to how we are distributed, not only, I think, within the community, but definitely within Cabrillo Unified School District. And so I'm just giving you information which I believe you already know, but I do want to express that because it does feed into what our goals are at Half Moon Bay High School as I get into other details, okay? General academics, so we want to think about what our priorities are as it comes to the academic offerings, our goals, our objectives, what we want our students to achieve. And so provide courses to fulfill California Department of Education graduation requirements, as well as University of California and California State University A through G requirements, so that all our students at least have an opportunity to apply to a four-year school if they wish to do so. And again, we acknowledge that might not be the pathway for everybody, but we do value that people have the potentiality and the opportunity to do so. Provide rigorous and meaningful curriculum and instruction focusing on college and career readiness. In particular, is me as an administrator, and even before that, is to target the instruction of literacy across content, and that is a primary focus of mine, and it will always be. And this flows to teach Common Core English and ELD standards across the site. And as I will note later, and if you wish to take a look more closely at our professional development calendar, you will see that has been a focus in the entire time I have been an administrator, as well as a TOSA when the Common Core State Standards were rolled out some time ago. To provide a broad program of study, including 27 advanced placement and honors courses for a small school. We offer quite a bit when it comes to advanced placement courses, and we get acknowledged for that, those offerings for our students, because we are the one high school in Half Moon Bay, Coastside North. And so just to make sure that our students have just as much opportunity as larger schools in other parts of San Mateo County. Career Technical Education Program, which I'll go into more detail later, and the growth of that program that I've seen in my time, not only as a teacher at Half Moon Bay High School, but as an administrator. And most recently, the growth of our dual and concurrent enrollment opportunities for our students, which have really expanded and allowed so many students to begin to cultivate college credit pathways for post-secondary educational opportunities for our students. We have a 4-year AVID program. In addition to that, we have academic personal learning plans to help prepare our students, which our counselors are so attentive to, and they push into our social studies classes to make sure that all our students are aware of what their options are when it comes to A through G readiness, graduation requirements, as well as, again, other dual and concurrent enrollment opportunities that we offer. Recent initiatives, we have the Career Technology Coordinator, which has been added, and that's primarily through grant funding, although the district does have to do matching funds for that. And Lisa Longanker is piloting that, not piloting, but leading that program. We have the Student Success Advisor with Mr. Jones, which has a lot of things going on with it, and I'll talk more about that later. Real Life Learning Coordinator with Karen Hoffman, our EL Assessment and Data Coordinator with Holly Duvall, which is really a big thing. And before I'll continue with this, but Wellness Coordinator, Tara Abrams. I got a little excited and exuberant in leading into the presentation, but I do want to make acknowledgement for several things. Of course, our classified staff, our certificated staff, and I've already acknowledged our administrative team, but also many of the things that I speak of today are initiatives which are in partnership with the district office. So for me to point to things like this, Career Technology Coordinator, Student Success Advisor, Real Life Learning Coordinator, our EL Assessment Data Coordinator, and Wellness Coordinator, these are all things which either begin as in their inception as district leaders coming up with the ideas, getting the funding for them, and then we implementing them out at the site. So I just want to make sure that the acknowledgement is spread around for all the partners, from our district leadership to also our community with CEF, for example, with Real Life Learning, that it's a partnership of growth for all of us. So going to social emotional learning and climate, we have Pride, or what we call Cougar Pride, and this was developed out of when we have PBIS. I want to say probably about 7 years ago is when it wrapped up. It began earlier than that, and there was some change in funding, and we were unable to sustain it. But as I referenced, we were able to bring it back again, and we are year 1 of PBIS, and that again was something driven by a district initiative. And so at the time, we developed Pride as perseverance, respect, integrity, diversity, and engagement. And currently the PBIS team, which is comprised of faculty members, students, as well as administrators, and they are currently working on revising the acronym of Pride to reflect, again, the world in which students are living today and the climate of the campus and the priorities and goals of that campus, both getting input from students, faculty members, administrators. Adding on to social emotional learning and climate, social emotional learning has always been a part of a student's development in life from pre-K all the way up. You have to take a look at how a student feels about their social interaction, their internal emotional life, their relationship with people in their lives. And I think the pandemic really brought to the forefront the importance of this and students' ability to deal with that transformative event and building upon that. And so we rolled out social emotional learning, personal learning plans. And so that's led by our counseling staff, and they continue to develop it. They have academic personal learning plans, and those are also pushed into our social studies department. The The social emotional plans are pushed out of our English department. But those continue to develop in terms of depth and frequency. And our teachers, although very protective of their curriculum and instruction time in the classroom, understand the mindset that we have to address the needs of the whole student. And so at our school, and I think across the county and in our district, that there's just an expanded focus on social emotional learning. We have the Wellness Center on our campus. We have Safe Space, which is a program which is connected to our Wellness Center with Tara Abrams leading those two things. Mr. Jones, as Student Success Advisor, is developing PBIS, and we're in year one, and part of a 3-year development program, and then establishing it as a fixed culture, which of course would be revised as things move on and people reassess the program. Alternatives to suspension. We've really made a transformation here in my time as an assistant principal 4 years ago to where I am now as principal, and our team, Ms. Tower, who's been with me the entire journey of really trying to shift away from punitive type of disciplinary action to more restorative type of disciplinary action. For example, if we take something like controlled substance use, which in the past had automatic suspension. And then we changed that and began in-house suspension and counseling. Now we've gotten rid of in-house suspension and just gone with counseling, because in the end, we want students in the classroom. They sit in a corner by my office, in-house suspension, they're still out of the classroom, and the benefits are really, really limited. So if we can focus on the counseling, and all suspensions have counseling coupled with them. In the past, we did not have that be the case, and I think that is a central piece to trying to figure out the motives and the reasons why that occurs. So, sorry, I don't want to skip over my notes too. Okay, switching over to more of an academic context here. We have new A through G courses. Ms. Schwan has been working very diligently to make sure that we are updating our courses, in addition to adding new ones to really expand our A through G readiness footprint on campus, and so students can meet that requirement. And again, I want to emphasize that we provide the opportunity that all students at least have that option when they become seniors and they wish to do so, that they have that ability to do that. And what happens sometimes, some students in their freshman year or their 9th grade year or 10th grade year, that might not be where they want to go in life, but they transform in their 11th and 12th grade year. We just want to make sure that they're in a position to do that. So I'm not going to read through all these. You already had a presentation on ethnic studies, but I do want to point out ELD 1 and 2 here on the slide. It's so very important to help out that our newcomers who might begin at ELD 1 that was just approved, I think, a day or two ago, and it's key for them to be on a track for that application to UC and CSU. In the past, it had been ELD 3, and then they would go into their grade level English, and they would take 3 years of grade level English and satisfy this requirement. But this really opens the door for our migrants and people who are newcomers to the United States. And I suspect that ELD 2 will also be approved if ELD 1 is, and so I'm very happy that all our students will, in terms of literacy and language, will be able to meet that requirement. We have advances in agri-science, and we have some other things just to formalize in terms of our art that you can see metal sculpture, that satisfies an art requirement and not just an elective, okay? Okay, future programs. CTE expansion, so digital art, that was just approved as well from the University of California, UCOP. And so we have pathway in digital art now, and computer science is growing, but we still need credentialing for that particular pathway. That's the hard part about CTE, is we have to make sure that our faculty has a CTE credential. And so, and again, we're a small school, and it's difficult to sometimes find faculty to do that. So the Visual and Performing Arts Master Plan And I'm really excited about integration with content areas. I think it opens the door for creativity in curriculum and instruction. And for someone who, in about 1980, when it seemed like the fine arts really took a nosedive I'm not going to name the reasons why I believe that to be the case, but it's something that I think is vital to the development of students. And there's so many people who don't have those opportunities. And if we can integrate visual and performing arts in the content areas, I think teachers can rise up and be creative and really teach the content in a very creative way. Our expansion of dual enrollment opportunities, which continues, and we'll be meeting after this ski week with representatives from College of San Mateo to continue to expand that. Currently, we have 2 courses, and the goal is to add 2 each year and max out at about 6 courses. But we're kind of working on that negotiation, and there's been turnover and change of staff at CSM, and I think they're locked in with the people in the positions, and we can restart that conversation. Okay. PBIS, as I spoke of, Link Crew, which is a program that Mr. Jones is going to be working on this fall, and the goal is to get our upper class 11th graders or 12th graders to develop a class and provide some support for those 9th graders or students who have transitioned or transferred from a different school. So this is really trying to do a ground up type of support system for our students at the 9th grade level. And then lastly, Community on Campus, which is another initiative by Mr. Jones, just trying to leverage our community members to help us in as many ways as possible to support our school. Athletics, I think you all know we have a robust athletic program. I'm not going to go over everything here, but I do want to show you that over half of our students are student athletes, and I'm particularly happy with the parity between male and female athletes, as well as we have one non-binary. But it's something which I think leads to better academic performance, more healthy self-image, and just a more healthy body. And so it's something that I really support, and it's just good to see. So SIPSA, do a little bit of a deep dive here. We have 4 SIPSA goals. I'm going to target 3 of those SIPSA goals. This one, which I know we've seen so much growth with, which is our positive school climate, safe and supported schools. So the goal, this was made last year with Principal Nazar, with the School Site Council Board at that time, and to increase the number of services, excuse me, available to students, including social, emotional health services, student positive behavior education, and continued PBIS and multiple tier systems of support to support a positive climate on our campus. And so greater access to schooling services, which is really expanded. And again, I have to give credit and acknowledgement to our district leaders with PD centered around MTSS, supporting social emotional learning through Tier 1 interventions, personal learning plans, and really focusing. This came through during the pandemic, particularly with, and I know Ms. Ladd, who's here this evening, we're really focusing on Maslow's first 4 tiers, trying to get students in a position where they feel bodily safe, bodily well, safe, they belong, and that they have a good sense of their self-esteem. And with those things, if we can try to cultivate them, the academics and other aspects of their education will be all the more robust and healthy and grow. So I've given a list of bullets of different things on the other side here. I'm not going to go over those in detail. It's a bit redundant on my behalf to do so, but I also want to make sure that there's many other items on the agenda to address. The second goal here is college and career readiness. So reduce the barriers which can prevent all students from accessing honors, advanced placement, dual enrollment, and AVID courses, maintaining access to technological devices for 100% of our students. So, excuse me, some of the key things here with prerequisites, beginning when I was an assistant principal at curriculum instruction, I've been very focused that we transition from them being required to being recommended. And I think that's a central thing, because no student, if they've passed a course and they've received college graduation for that course, should be allowed to progress. Now, granted, they're recommended. Our counselors will have a conversation with those students and families. But in the end, we want to make sure that they can move on and not have to retake a course because they received a C and a D. It's just maddening in my mind to have to retake a whole year and then have this pause in an education. If they want to go back and take that D over again and get A through G ready when they're an 11th grader or a 12th grader because they want to go to a four-year school and apply, great. I just feel it's a disservice for students not to be able to continue to progress and retake something which they have already received graduation credit for. So looking to expand A through G designation for ELD2, we know one was confirmed today. I should have put that in a bullet. Dual enrollment I've talked about, concurrent enrollment. We've worked on this and we checked out California Department of Education code and we're really firm. We worked hard on it, but we've really expanded that. And so if students attend an average of 240 minutes over the course of 2 days, then they can take other courses in other settings, community college, other type of educational vendors, so long as they are WASC approved. And we have Avid as well, and then Chromebooks, which is already a standard, but it's in the district, at least for the secondary. But it was a CIPSA goal from last year. So A through G readiness, to go over this, just to give a sense, you got the table and the pie chart here for you. We have a little problem with our A through G data from last year. There's a couple of reasons for that, but one of the primary reasons is that we had a shift or a transition with our data specialist, and there were some issues with trying to consolidate and get that A through G data together. But next year, we'll have a solid base from this, and we'll be able to go ahead and do good comparisons moving on into the future. AP data, just to talk about that, you can see here this chart, which is, shows us from the pandemic year, and then moving into last year, the year before, and then this year, last year. And so you can see, if you look at this, we have a drop. You can see where both our primary populations are Hispanic, Latinx, and white populations. There's a dip, a bit more in the Hispanic Latinx population in terms of people taking the AP exams. And this continues on but we do see something which is contrary, which is a growth in the number of students who have a score of 3 or 4 or 5. And so one of the takeaways here is, if I go back a slide, you see with the numbers here, we've got just under 150 for the white population, and the Hispanic Latinx, we've got a little bit above 50. But just our preliminary signups, we have a total of 372 test takers for this upcoming AP test, with 535 exams being taken. So if you look at this, we're seeing almost double growth in terms of people participating. So I'm really interested to see how the breakout goes when it comes to demographics, in addition to the performance as it relates to those demographics. So that will come out in mid-July. So CIPSA, last goal, this is where we need to work on some things here, always. So academic achievement with literacy and reclassification. And so by June 2023, increase overall academic success of all students. And then you can see these are our CASP scores. There was not a CASP issue the year before that, because it's sort of what happened with the pandemic, with canceling of the CASP. So we'll see this year with 2023 where we are in comparable data. But this is just to show you a baseline of where we are at. With the help of Dr. Bhatia, help put together this slide. This shows you where we are at. I was not able to get together a slide as we compare with the state of California. However, I did get that data, and I have those notes. So should any board member wish to ask me how we compare. But I can give you the brief of it is, we exceed the state when it comes to our white population, but unfortunately, every other data set, we are not substantially below, but we are below. So we have work to do, and that is evidence of that work and the issues that we must address. So another SIPSA goal. The SIPSA goal number 1 has several things going on. If you look at the second part down here where it says increase focus on English language arts, placing special emphasis upon students within the statistically underperforming subgroup of English language learners, our students receiving special education services. So our professional development has been very much focused on trying to address our integrated ELD instruction across the entire site, in addition to literacy across the site. As I said earlier, it will always be something that I focus on. And then we have an EL assessment and data coordinator who has really stepped up and been an advocate, pushing into the classrooms, really targeting our students, tracking our students, keeping track of our students or ELs, and in addition to our RFEP students, and following how they are doing after they've been RFEP'd. And this is more of the same, just talks about our professional development. And I don't want to go into too much detail and be redundant here, but you'll see from our HMBHS PD Journal 2020 to 2023, it is evident in our Super Tuesdays, Super Fridays, staff meeting, subject area collaboration. This is just to show our growth with our second language learners, although it's growth, it's limited in terms of its scope, but at least it's showing that we're going in the right direction. And I think with our coordinator, we'll continue to grow and see better results in the coming year. With appreciation, I do want to give shout out to our partners who are so very vital to funding aspects of life on campus for our students in the community. Our Parent-Teacher Association is so generous to give some tender loving care to our teachers for a nice breakfast on Wednesday. In addition, all the wonderful things that they do to help support and fund our students. A wide range of programs, not only within departments, but other special projects. And it's just, without them, we would be much more needy than we are. And our Cougar Boosters as well for our athletics, Cabrillo Education Foundation, Friends of Cougars in Concert, our Ag Boosters, and Building Construction Trade Advisor. Not including everybody, but I'm trying to select the people who are most directly associated with our particular site. And this collage, board members and those of the public can go ahead and take a look at these. I know I've already exceeded my time, but it's just a cross-section of different things that happen at Half-Moon Bay High School. So, any questions?
First applause.
No, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right, any questions or comments?
I'll start. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
This is a really great presentation, and it's always a pleasure to see the people behind all this work. So thank you, and thank you to the rest of your staff. It's a lot of work, for sure. I have just a couple random questions that when you, for example, on slide 7 where it said recent initiatives, are all those people like the career technology coordinator, are they just staff who have taken on these duties, or are they like new people? I guess new employees.
Ms. Loganker is a longtime teacher in this district, in middle school at Cunha.
Okay.
Mr. Jones has worked for our school somewhere around 20 years up at the high school.
Mr. who?
Mr. Jones, David Jones, yeah.
Is he here?
Yeah, he's part of our
Hi,
team there.
Mr. Jones. Nice to meet you.
He's geometry teacher and leadership teacher.
Okay.
And then Ms. Hoffman has worked with us with the generous support of PTO and Cabrillo Education Foundation, as well as site funds. And she's more of a contracted specialist, I guess, in real life learning. Holly Duvall has worked with LPAC testing for many years. Yeah. And Terry Abrams is a schooling services counselor that we contract with our mental health services in the district. And she's grant funded, so she's an outside contracted employee.
I was curious because I always like to know who's new and who's not. And I'm gonna be selfish and ask if you ever have pictures. I love visuals, so it's always nice to see like the faces.
Yep. Oh, with them? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
And then, going back to the PBIS, I know Martha's gonna present, and I pardon my ignorance, but is this something that, I know you mentioned about funding and you're back on the first, year of funding. Is this something that can continue even after the funding is over? I think you're saying 3 years?
I think the funding helps support a big lift of the first 3 years of
Okay.
development. The training, paying staff, well, a lot of, getting the foundation in place, developing it, getting the buy-in from our teachers and staff members, particularly our teachers, because it is very much settles upon that tier one intervention within the classroom. After that, I think the ability to maintain it is much less cost intensive. It's more about just kind of making updates, revisions, and just having that eye on it as an administrative staff to continue to promote it and from that angle. Yeah.
Thank you. So you think it was here, you had it before?
We did.
And then you stopped because of the funding. Do you feel like now that you're bringing it back again, it's almost like you're not starting from the ground, right? It's building on what you guys, I guess
There's some people who remember it from before.
Okay.
And change in leadership, both at the
Okay.
district level, at the site level, transition is one of those things. And I also think hard times, but
Yeah.
it's our cyclical economy. It just,
Yeah. No, I think it's important, and I guess I want to know a little more because I know how all of this ties into just building a community and having safe campuses and all of that. So thank you. The social emotional learning climate slide on the restorative practices. I know I found out about Cunha, but when you do like the citations, like you guys have like citations, I don't know, I don't know, I'm making this up, right? Like for gum chewing or for things like that. Is that something that's like I guess what I'm asking is when we see recommendation for expulsions, we see a lot of these like tickets. And I guess what I'm trying to say with this restorative justice, maybe it's something that we could start doing more preventative than just reactive kind of services, because there might be like, maybe there's a student who is constantly getting ticketed for chewing gum, right? And that's one of the things. But for all we know, they don't have a toothbrush, they don't know basic hygiene, and they just don't want to be made fun of because they have some, bad breath. Or the PE, right? They're not changing for PE. But for all we know, they don't have access to a washer and dryer, and their work clothes is smelly, and they don't want to be the kid that smells. They rather get a ticket, and so I mean, I'm just thinking outside the box because I see these patterns, and I think that we're talking a lot about restorative practices, and I think that it's a big opportunity that we could take for preventative than just reactive.
Right. So PBIS is designed to be one of those things where it's a culture and a climate that's created. Student to teacher interaction, teacher to student interaction, teacher to parent, guardian interaction. Trying to set up that type of fundamental climate. As far as practices go, for example, we have an issue with tardiness. In the past, there was detention. You can't make a student go to detention. You can call the parent and say, hey, we got 10 tardies, you go to detention. But in the end, that's a punitive measure. Mr. Jones has taken the approach of having what we call tardy talks, just calling the student in and saying, hey, what's happening? You've got over an abundance of these things.
And are these parents aware that these talks are happening?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Because I know, like me, my daughter's tardy, and I leave before 6 o'clock in the morning. So I have no idea, and it's like constantly like, why? So sometimes it's one of those things where maybe parents are not aware because they're leaving work before.
Sure.
So thank you for doing
No,
that,
we get
Mr.
that,
Jones.
right?
Yeah,
You know,
thank you.
people leave, and trying to get out front. As far as expulsions go, that's really tailored to a really specific ed code violation.
No, I get it.
And
yeah.
suspensions, and the suspensions, and we're trying to minimize students being out of school.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
but I do have to acknowledge that when we do have expulsion recommendations, you see a pattern, and you see a pattern where you almost want to know if somebody's tried to even, like, early on, and I'm not talking about like last semester, I'm talking about early on, just kind of seeing those signs, those warning signs that they're gonna be part of the statistic, right? So thank you for doing that.
Sure.
I appreciate that.
And as a unified district, it makes us particularly able to take a deeper dive. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna go on. Number 10, slide number 10, I have a quick, the ELD, I guess what I'm trying to ask is, I know, for example, like the AP courses, right? There's a requirement. There's a test and there's a requirement to be enrolled. I think it's 10.
Okay.
And I know that there's a requirement. I guess what I'm asking is there a requirement or some kind of, I don't know if I'm making this up or if I'm talking crazy, but is there some sort of way where, you know, how there's a requirement for these students to be in these AP courses. Is there a requirement for these English ELD students to kind of progress? Because I feel like sometimes we lose track of, you know, how we're supposed to support them to progress instead of just keeping them there. And I would like to see just you know, I think I'd like to see more out of the box, like AP, like recruitment for students, obviously that are Latino and other ethnicities, because it's very low. And I think that the kids with the right support and the right guidance can, like, be the most awesome students in the world. And I guess it's just a comment, I guess.
But there is no requirement. I mean, the student has to pass. If you want to take, there aren't. That's why the recommended prerequisites, they're not required. So if a student wants to take an AP or an honors class, they can take that. We do have the conversation with the counselors with them and families, and communicate, hey, you got 2 Ds in English too, you want to take AP language, hey, go for it, but just kind of go into it with your eyes wide open that it's going to be a tough adjustment. But we certainly want to open the doors and allow students to be able to take those courses, because our end goal is to have our populations in the AP and honors courses reflect the demographic population of the school site. So if we're at 50-50, roughly, that should be about what we were looking for in those courses as well.
I guess I didn't make my comment clear, but no, I completely agree with you. I guess my urgency and my concern is, you know, it makes sense if they're ELD and they're like they just came to this country, but I guess my concern is for more of the ELD that have been in the district for a while. So, but I guess that's
our LTELs or recently RFEP students, sure.
Thank you.
I mean, that is always, I mean, if we can try to get to what reflects our school population, that's where I want to be, and that'll always be a priority.
Thank you. And then,
Just so you know, the LTEL is long-term English language learner, and the RFEP is the reclassified fluent English proficient.
Thank you, Dr. McFadden.
Thank you for that. I always go to you for English.
The acronyms,
and then English and acronyms. He teaches me everything. And then for the AP tests that are coming, it's awesome to see all the people that are signed up for them. Just out of curiosity, does the school or do the teachers in that AP course, if it's like AP math or computer science, do they provide tutoring, or how does that? I'm just curious. How does that work?
I mean, most of that happens within the class itself, but I know as it gets closer to test time, a significant number of our teachers give up weekend time and evening time and offer that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Just out of curiosity.
That's just them doing that.
I'm
to
almost
support their
done.
students.
I'm almost done. And then the next slide, lastly, the next slide where you said the programs. I'm kind of bummed that you don't have the environmental committee. That I'm being biased, but I would have liked to see that in the programs in relationship.
And Joseph Santoni in the AP
Oh.
Environmental Science and his club was Joseph was just here, so.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
so maybe I was just targeting the people taking down the money, okay? But, you know.
Listen, if it's any, you'll see a lot of their work in the photos.
I was gonna say, some of those photos are environmental committee, but I think you guys are doing an awesome
Sorry,
job.
I knew I was gonna forget somebody, not
It's
spread the
okay.
love evenly, sorry.
I have a little bias in that, but, because I have to apologize, I haven't attended the meetings this year, but, yeah, they're an awesome group and the leadership of the students is just phenomenal, so, yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for everything, and thank you for all the hard work, and thank you for everything that you do. Thank you all for being here. Thank you.
I'll add my thank yous.
Okay.
Having two kids who have now graduated from college, and I'm a little bit further removed, I really appreciate what Half Moon Bay High School does as a comprehensive high school. You've listed a lot here and a lot that maybe isn't listed, but it truly, there's some way for kids to connect if they choose to. Those A to G requirements, you know, the music, the arts, those are part of what the social emotional wellness of our student population, where kids can get plugged in. And I think it's really important to always encourage kids to be connected with some piece of this community. My question for you is, if you could finish the sentence, gosh, I wish, what would it be?
I would just wish there wasn't such a disparity between our subgroups and our white population when it comes to A through G readiness, performance levels, engagement. I mean, that's really the mission that I think centerpiece to, I think, all education probably in the country, California, Bay Area, but this community as well. I just, that's my wish.
You want to go, Mary Beth?
It doesn't matter. I had a question. I just wanted to, it's all super exciting, dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment, social emotional learning, CTE, PBIS. I know that you're all doing a lot. I am curious about numbers for like dual enrollment and CTE programs. Are you happy with the amount of kids that are enrolling? Do you see it growing over time still? And CTE as well? I just am curious your thoughts on that.
Okay. With dual enrollment, pretty lower numbers this year. My daughter she's a 10th grader. So she was
first year. So
yeah,
tough,
so there's, I think somewhere around 15, 16, 17. We're hoping with better promotion and the fact that it happened this year, that it'll continue to grow. We had a bit of, like I said, there was staffing changes at CSM. Tiffany Zaman, who used to be assistant principal, had the position of transition between secondary and community college. In addition to helping, working, that was part of her portfolio with the dual enrollment. Of course, having come from us, she really took a focused interest in help getting us off the ground. And I'm just hoping that we get more expansion. CSM has two ways of going about it. Offer things which are pathway and go toward an associate's degree. Or you just kind of target on the associate's degree of courses that we don't teach at the high school. And it's called exploration. And so I'm hoping for some expansion with that, just to have students take things, it could be astronomy, sociology, kinesiology. We don't offer them, but they do give that college credit, and we can give elective credit for it at the same time. So that's what I'm really hoping for. I think I have seen in terms of concurrent enrollment with this spring, and the reports from our counselors, because we had just rolled it out and finalized with some of the details of the policy to make sure it was solid. And from what I'm hearing, there's much greater interest in that. With CTE, I know our ag program has really taken off. Got two teachers that are very talented. very much interested in building that program and capable. And given the tradition on the coast side, that's really thriving. Digital arts, computer science, I know there's a lot of interest there as well. And I'm a big supporter of building and construction trades, but I believe we might be in a transition with that as it relates to staffing, but we'll see how that goes. But one of the things was the problem we ran into is usually CT pathways at 3 years. And that created a bit of a barrier for us because you had to make sure all the students went all 3 years. But we've found ways to consolidate that into 2 years in some cases, like for digital art. And we can do it for computer science as well and building construction trades. With all the courses that are needed for graduation requirement, A through G readiness, maybe other electives they're interested in, it was difficult to get our completers there, which is, that they're recognized as completing the pathway in CTE. And so now that we have only 2-level pathways, I think we'll find that to be something which we'll have much more participation with.
Great. And one comment, just since we're talking about it, and I think since these courses are so new, I think you're all working on it, but I think it'll be, and I know you're already doing this, but just making sure it's really clear what rules are there and in place. And I always have I hate it when there's a loophole, when some kids know about a way to go around it and some kids don't.
Mhm.
So like,
Right.
if you're in the know, you can go independent study and kind of go that way. So I don't know if we could, just make it really clear so that kids can't get around things through a loophole, or if the loophole's a good thing, making a loophole for everyone, or however you want to do it. But I think you're well aware of all that.
Yeah, there's two key changes. There's the PE exemption and this concurrent enrollment. Those are 2 large policy changes. One was initiated by our federal program monitoring. The other was just under Dr. McFetridge's leadership to really bring that in and give our students more opportunity.
Well, like for instance, part of the concurrent enrollment thing is you got to take 4 classes at the high school?
Yes.
4 or 5? 4?
4.
But like if you don't want to do that, if you go independent study, then you can just take 1 and you don't have to do that. Stuff like that.
Well, okay.
So, but we don't have to get into nitty-gritty,
Sure.
but you get the idea.
Yeah,
right?
the alternative.
And I do feel like I wanted to say it because I said it to John Nazar and I said it to Lizette and I said it to Lizette again when she presented. So I'm like, I just want to, I know you are all working on it and I'm not worried about it, but I do feel sorry for the kids that don't know the loophole if they want to do it.
Sure, the alternative education program and its capacity, I think, is
well, yeah, and I think that might all be changing, how we do all that, and I don't know. Anyway, you'll be there for the fallout, and I think you're aware of it, so I just wanted to bring it up. And you brought up my next question was the federal program monitoring.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any follow-up to that hasn't been done, or is that all taken care of?
No, not as it relates to PE or our ELD programs. Dr. Vidanya and I went on that mission together of working with that.
Well, I
that
felt
audit.
like you took care of the minimal findings pretty quickly, so I just wanted to make sure that was all.
Nope, we're reconciled. There's a few things we have to, I think, explore as it relates to permanent exemptions for students who might have congenital, health issues, and trying to work that out. The San Mateo Union High School District, their form's a little different than ours. It really kind of targets what a student can or can't do per doctor's orders, and that just helps us out a bit for those who might have injuries in targeted areas of their body, rather than a foundational health medical problem.
Great. Yeah, I thank you for everything you all do and everyone there, the teachers. I know you're all working really hard and it's super exciting to see all these ideas come into fruition. So it's been really great watching all this go on. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Great. So I have to add my comments, of course. And first, it's going to say I'm impressed because there is so much going on. In full disclosure, I'm a parent at the high school, and I'm an active member of the Health and Wellness Committee, another important committee, although we don't raise money for the school, of course. But I have had a lot of insights through those experiences, and their presentation was amazing because there's so much going on. You did such a great job, just to say from that point. So I'm hoping that all our families can see this recording as well, because there are a lot of opportunities. And I want to thank you also, Andy in particular, and your team who I've gotten to know pretty well over the years as well, to just thank you for leading the changes that you've been leading. You gave some really great examples of how you're starting to shift both the culture and the practices at our Half Moon Bay High School to really be more student-centric and just common sense. So you told us about eliminating in-house suspensions for drug use, because why punish kids for an addiction or a poor choice or whatever it was? Like, that's not going to help anybody. It's just going to further the school to prison pipeline or people feeling bad about themselves or whatever. You shared about prerequisites being recommended, not required. Support to give the caveats to that, but also I think that was an important improvement. That, again, common sense. And Mr. Jones' idea around the tardy talks, the third thing that you mentioned today, like there were a lot, but those things are things that stood out of like, the kid's late, why would you like give them detention? Because A, you can't really make them go anyway, it looks kind of silly. And B, like it's not gonna work, right? You need to have a conversation with a trusted adult to get to why they're late and figure out what kind of supports you need to get there. So to me, that's also part of the sauce, the secret sauce to how we improve our students' experiences in our public schools. It's not, and what did those things cost you, by the way? Like nothing, right? Like those are just do the common sense, obvious thing that's best for kids. And surprisingly, it actually works. So I just want to say a huge thanks to you guys for, and all that were involved in leading those kind of changes. A huge thanks to Mr. Jones for his fearless leadership of various of the initiatives that you talked about, as well as, of course, Ms. Tower and Ms. Schwan. I have to remember I'm very literal visual. No, I sure got to remember Catalina explained to us many times. All of you had all your initiatives, and especially around the PBIS relaunch. I think of it kind of as a relaunch, a refresher, and to just really focus on that tier one, what we do every day, how we interact with students, how we support them, how maybe we could have some unintended consequences of the traditional ways that students are treated in school. That to me is one of the most important initiatives that we have underway. So I want to thank you for all that, and to just say, I appreciate Catalina's comments earlier as well about kind of the student perspective and feeling like needing space to talk about things that were tragic in our community. And I've been thinking about that a lot. Like I thought about it a lot after that tragic event happened. And I think, of course, I think about it a lot having adolescents, having grown up during the time of the pandemic and in isolation in their rooms for like a year. And I feel a kindred spirit with Catalina, and probably a little bit because our curly hair, but also like, I feel like our worlds are so different. Like I think about myself when I was your age, Catalina, and like I graduated kind of like at the top of my class, but like I didn't have choices about what classes I take. Like it was pretty much like I took all the AP classes because there were like 4 at the time. There weren't like 28 or whatever. And there was no like career learning because everyone thought, well, either you go to school and you go to AP and you go to like a really nice university, or you work at a gas station and who cares about you, right? Like the world has changed so much, and it's, and it's also gotten so complex. And I think of all the things that are coming to our students every day, this activity, this club, this SAT thing, that AP, so much. And in the meantime, Half Moon Bay is like on the cover of the New York Times and every other like media outlet in the world, only for 3 days until the next, horrible event happened. But it's still lingering, and we know what we know now about our community and the kind of tragedies and the traumas. So I'm thankful also for 2 things that you didn't highlight per se, but I've been observing. And I want to acknowledge you for, which is trying to really streamline all that experience and shift from like the bits and bobs here and there to try to streamline things for students to see kind of like what's coming to them in an easier way. So to prevent some of that overwhelm so that students don't shut down and just say, well, then nothing, right? So that's really appreciated. Also, and Lizette spoke to the AP piece as well, which is always sad to see the disproportionality in the enrollment in AP classes, which is just part and parcel for how AP is run and all the stuff that leads up to it. But I appreciate the efforts around career learning and really decentering the traditional AP track as like the gold standard. And then there's this other stuff you could do if you're not good enough, Like, that's always been the connotation with CTE, right? That's why people got rid of it before, because, well, and it's my understanding in part, you're more the expert because of that history, but I'm glad to see it having a resurgence. I'm super grateful for Lisa Longacre and her leadership and vision to think about the big picture and, and your support for her as a team to really have all of those options be equally valid and equally important. Because I think it is things even when our system is built around not that, I see slowly changing. Like, I was thinking about GPAs the other day and how they're calculated. Like, you get an extra point for an AP class. So, like, automatically those numbers that we're seeing are not only impacting their transcripts in terms of A to G, of course, but also AP classes and potentially testing out of a college course because of their AP scores, but it's also impacting students' ranking when we have quite a few students that graduate with like over 4.0, right? And that didn't also used to happen because, again, I grew up also in a different state, and so we didn't have semesters, we had quarters, but we had like an A in a AP class would be a 4.5, so it wasn't like that different. So it's kind of, I think there are so many butterfly effect kind of consequences to some of these structural inequities that we see that I appreciate your team, you and your team's diligence to like kind of rein this one in, rein this one in, rein this one in, rein this one in, so that slowly over time we can get those pieces together to achieve the goal of like what you said, what makes you sad or you wish or whatever, which is like we get away from this like two-part community that we have, which I feel like so many times in our conversations with community, it's like two worlds. There's there's just different worlds. So
And one of the
that
things,
was a lot. I just want to say thank you for.
But to speak to your point, one of the things we are considering, and I've talked about it with Dr. McFetridge and Dr. Bhatia, is especially advanced courses in the lower English 1 and English 2 level, and really considering just not doing that anymore, and providing a English 1 and English 2, and everybody's in it. I think it would be a good way to raise up everybody, so that we have a heterogeneous class. We don't have it's a track, and I just really think if we start that at the fundamental level, we'll have greater literacy across the site. And so that's one of the things I think might be a foundational thing to really help.
Just for clarification here, you can graduate with all the A to G requirements and go to a four-year college without an AP class.
Yep.
True?
Yes.
And I just wanted to say that because I think sometimes we get like caught up in that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine for some kids if they're hungry for it, but let kids be kids and have I would rather have a healthy, well-rounded young adult than a child that's stressed out. So
Teaching junior AP language for as long as I did, that's a brutal year if people load it up and you see the physical toll, emotional toll on students.
And it can, so it's.
And I agree with that 150%. And it's why I commented on when we have incentives in place, it almost like, how could students not do that, right? Like when you know you're going to get an extra full point for an AP class, like why wouldn't you? Because you're going to get if you get a C, you're still going to get a
3.0.
3.0, but if it's AP, it's a 4.0, right? Because it's up 1 point.
Well,
So it's kind of like that's where like when our philosophy hits the road, the rubber hits the road of like, well, what are we actually doing? Then it makes it. Then we have kind of, I think, slowly over time, kind of like address those questions. And I don't know that I don't have a strong feeling about that one thing. It just was like something that occurred to me when I was looking at a transcript the other day. These are the kind of structural things that could cause a disconnect with our philosophy that I think as we discover them, like I've been seeing, and you gave so many examples already of like, oh, let's fix that. Like as we find it, let's just fix it. Let's just fix it. And then that's how we get to that continuous improvement, the academic improvement we talk so much about.
When I hear what you're saying in these discussions here and what, I've been hearing is going on, I think to sum it up for me, it seems like you're all thinking deeply. You're thinking deeply about the changes you're making, and I love that. And I just have to congratulate you all for that.
Yeah, and I do have to say, when you asked that, Kim, I was like, I hope so, because I didn't, I've never even taken, I think I was still an ELD student when I graduated, so I'm like, so, but I do strongly believe that there are kids that are very smart and very talented, yet they have very little guidance, very little knowledge, and very little support. And I think that when you think outside the box and you push them, they're capable of doing many great things. And hard work is hard work, and I agree they should enjoy being young and enjoy their youth. But I also think that there are students who have great potential and they just need some support and guidance, and they're usually not seen because of X, Y, and Z. So.
All right, if there are no further questions or comments, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Boyson and team, thank you all for being here.
Thank you,
And-
Andy. Thank you, Ms. Schwan. Thank you, Deanna Tower. Thank you, Mr. Jones. And I just want to put something on here. Any student that graduates, even if they don't graduate from Half Moon Bay High School, has a free college experience awaiting them at San Mateo Community College District. What I'm so pleased about is that your team is thinking about rigorous and supportive education for all students and breaking down barriers and opening doorways so that all students know that they have a future and that college readiness and college preparation and college admission is in front of them. So thank you for fighting the good fight on that for all your students. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. All right, so seeing as that is 8:30, I'm going to, I don't remember the process, so Rosie or Sean, if you could remind me. Do we need to make a motion to approve?
I do not think you need a motion, actually. I
Okay.
think that's a little overboard with Robert's rules, but I would just say,
We're going on intermission for 7 minutes. 5 is never enough.
I will prefer we do motion.
Okay, Rosie's gonna keep us. Yes, let's go. Okay, motion.
Yes.
Kim, I think Kim's making a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second? Oh, so do we have a motion and second? Sorry.
Kim was the first and you are the second,
I'll
Sophia?
second, yeah.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
All
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll be back in 7 minutes. among other things. So thank you, everybody, for reconvening here at our meeting. And we will go to the next item on the agenda once I scroll up to the agenda from the presentation I was on. And we will go to item 5B. Where are we? Leticia, maybe we should wait for Leticia to come back, or, oh, there, I'm sorry. That's because I'm not wearing my glasses, because otherwise I can't read and see you at the same time. Thank you, Leticia, ready to go. 5B, LCAP update and California dashboard presentation. Put these on so I can see you.
No problem. Good evening, President Lane, governing board members, Dr. McFetridge, colleagues and community. Okay, so we are here today to provide you with an overview of our district goals, our goals and data pertinent to the local control accountability plan. And these are only a few metrics that we'll be sharing with you today. We'll be definitely returning, I'll return in May and June to present additional metrics. Also wanted to share information around the California dashboard and data presented there pertinent to our school district, as well as the implications on differentiated assistance. As per board policy and AR 6162.51, state academic achievement tests. As a superintendent designee, today I am presenting the district-wide school level and grade level results at this meeting. In this slide, you'll see our 3 CUSD goals that lay on the foundation of our multi-tiered systems of supports, which is our theory of action. The first goal is centered around a focus on equity. And the data that I will share with you tonight will provide you those significant subgroups of students, as well as the school sites, where we really need to provide additional supports and pay close attention to both the academic and social gaps that created that post-pandemic have widened a lot. The gap has become a lot larger. The second goal is around academic improvement. And using this data, this goal will focus on supporting students. But again, these particular subgroups of students in particular sites that have persistently fallen 1 to some 5 years behind grade level standards. The last goal is around sustainability. And for the purpose of today's presentation, we are going to share the goals, but as curriculum and instruction, we're looking at sustainability, not only environmental sustainability and the efforts that we're engaging with our science adoption currently in elementary school, but also later on, and Jesus Contreras, our CBO, will talk about our fiscal sustainability. And I did want to point out the arrows of this visual here, because the arrows here do represent the cycle of inquiry and how we are always looking at data, particularly the data from tonight, in making sure that we're looking at data, defining goals and interventions, and monitoring those goals and interventions with metrics to ensure we're achieving and closing the gaps that you'll see tonight. So the Local Control Accountability Plan, also referred to as the LCAP, this slide here will show you the LCAP in a nutshell. And basically, the LCAP is made up of these 5 different areas: the plan summary, the engagement of educational partners. At the end of this month, and definitely throughout the month of March, we will be hosting various virtual meetings to engage our partners and getting input from them, sharing the data that's presented here tonight to define our goals and actions and determine if we need to redefine them or invest or move additional funding to support services. Increased or improved services. The LCAP does address and require us to hold a certain percentage of funding to support three very specific subgroups of students. Those are the socially economically disadvantaged students, English learners, and foster youth. And although today you will not see the 33 Cabrillo Unified School District LCAP metrics, you are going to see some of the metrics that we will be utilizing through the California dashboard. Now, the California dashboard overview. In this slide, you will see 8 state priorities for schools or local education agencies. At the top, you're going to see those priorities that are defined under the conditions for learning, basic services, implementation of the state standards, and as well as core access. In the middle, the pupil outcomes. This is the data that I'll be presenting tonight. We see priority 8, other pupil outcomes, particularly pupil achievement number 4, where you are going to see tonight are the results of the CASP assessment, standardized test scores. These other metrics are also included, but we'll bring those metrics to you later on. Advanced placement test pass rates, English language proficiency and reclassifications rates, as well as evidence of college and career readiness. And at the bottom of this slide, you see the 3 priority standards that are focused around engagement, pupil engagement, school climate, and parental involvement. And I did mention this earlier, our teams continuously engage in cycles of inquiry. And as we start with the plan, the dark blue arrow, we use data to determine an end goal, and we ask questions. What do students need to learn? How do we know if they have learned them? One current example of the importance of data is our district under Dr. McFetridge and Stig Lin and Yanis Aurnitsas, under their leadership, is our current adoption of a new SIS system. This is going to be instrumental in us making sure that we have data at our fingertips to make sure that the cycle of inquiry process we can engage in within 6 to 8 weeks to either redefine the goals or shift resources and supports for our students. The next section of the cycle of inquiry is how do we, what is the plan, and how do we know if the plan is working? Did we arrive to our goal? We study this by making sure we're looking at data continuously and then make the necessary adjustments. This next slide will show you the California statewide system of supports and the new accountability model. And as you can see, our goal, at the bottom, you're going to see step 1, the universal supports. In the middle, you see differentiated assistance. And as a district, we have qualified under differentiated assistance. And last, you see intensive intervention. As we start looking at our LCAP and other federal and state funding resources, our team is making sure that we are focusing on the universal support first, because it's important for us to really invest in that tier 1 instruction instead of missing the largest percentage of students at the bottom of the pyramid and going straight to intervention. And again, we're very fortunate to have some expert intervention specialists in our district. And in the next few weeks, we'll be meeting with those teams to define what those universal supports look like, and in making sure that we focus on best first instruction and push in intervention services, but then also make sure that we have those different layers of support to ensure all students are able to meet proficiency. Okay, so in this slide, you're just going to see this, the CUSD data at a glance. And as you can see, we have a very high percentage of socioeconomically disadvantaged students, 45.1%, and English learners at 20%. Foster youth, the data, I know we do have a handful, less than a handful, but it does show here as 0%. These next slides are going to talk about the mathematics achievement in the California dashboard. Now we'll have 2 slides in mathematics here, and on this slide, you do see our subgroups, and our performance as a school district of all students was overall low, performing at 65.4 points below grade level standard. Now, I also wanted to share that statewide, throughout the state of California, the percentage was 51.7 points below standard, with similar subgroups in the very low area. We are about 10 points less than comparing to the statewide performance. And now, on this next slide, you will see the performance in comparison to all of the schools across Cabrillo Unified School District. And of course, you can read the slide, and just wanted to share the big idea. Thank you, Dr. McFetridge, for your guidance on this. And as you can see, we do have two very high-performing schools. Fairlawn View and Kings Mountain Elementary Schools are performing either at high or very high status levels. It's also important to note that all other schools are performing at the low status level.
Dr. Bhatia,
Mhm.
just real quick question. Is it also fair to say that those are the least diverse schools that are performing the highest?
Would be fair to say that. Thank you. Now, the next two slides, English Language Arts, this slide is linked to LCAP Priority 4. Here we have, as a district, all students performing 21.5 points below standard. Statewide, we have the points are 12.2 points below standard. And so, again, similar to the previous slide, we do have about 9-point lower performance compared to California district-wide. However, I do want to point out that the very low performance subgroups are similar to the state of California. Okay, and now this.
Just a quick question to clarify.
Yes.
You said that's compared to California average for these similar demographics, or I guess the state of California does have similar demographics, so if I could just compare to the average.
English learners, homeless, socioeconomically disadvantaged, students with disabilities.
And sorry, I'll hold the rest of my questions till the end.
No problem. Now this slide, similar to the previous math slide, LCAP Priority 4, we see similar patterns where we have, again, the big idea, Fairlawn View and Kings Mountain Elementary School are performing at higher or above status level. All other schools are performing at the low status level. Now keep in mind that this is overall performance and not subgroup performance. So what you can see in the previous slide, you can see where the subgroup performance is. Oh, I'm sorry, I think I'm looking at the wrong. Here we go, yes. So here are the subgroup performance levels, and then this is by school site. So if we see that the status level is low for most of our schools, our at-promise subgroups are performing at an even lower standard. The English learner progress. Now in this slide, we use the state uses a couple of data points, such as the RFEP percentage of EL students tested, as well as the performance on the LPAC, the English Language Proficiency Assessment for California. And so as you can see here, this is a point, so the big idea, we have made improvement overall at our Title I elementary school sites with a status level of medium. But there is so much more that we can do for our students of English learners. 50% of English learners are still not showing progress, and at our secondary sites, we continue to be at a low status level. Okay, the next slide is around suspensions. The big idea, English learners, Hispanic students, and white students are performing at low suspension status level. students with disabilities, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and 2 or more races are suspended at a higher rate. So later on, you are going to see some of our interventions that we have in place through the leadership of Martha Ladd and Caroline Morton. Our goal is to continue to strengthen our social emotional learning programs to support and reduce suspension rate. Now here, statewide, or all students at Cabrillo, we suspend 2% at least 1 day of students have been suspended. Statewide, 3.1% suspended at least 1 day. And statewide, the suspension is at a medium level. So we are performing at a better rate than the data that's shared through the state of California. State medium subgroups are English learners, Hispanic, white, versus here at Cabrillo Unified School District, we do have those same subgroups of English learners, Hispanic, and white in the low target. And the state, these same subgroups are categorized under the medium. Okay, and now graduation rate. The overall big idea on this slide for graduation is rate of Hispanic, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and white students are at medium status level, while students with disabilities are at a low status level. Overall, our goal should be to increase graduation rates for all student subgroups. Now here, this LCAP priority indicator is equal to the pupil engagement. So for graduation, this pupil engagement data only is focused for the high school versus chronic absenteeism, which you'll see at the next slide, is focused only on data from TK all the way through 8th grade. So I did also want to share the dropout rate at Cabrillo Unified School District post-pandemic. In 1920, we were at a 5.93% dropout rate. In 2021, we had a 6.2% dropout rate, and 21-22, we had a 7.46% dropout rate. So steadily increasing throughout the last few years. Okay, and this next slide, as I had previously mentioned, chronic absenteeism, again, measuring pupil engagement, only in grades TK through 8th grade. So here we are performing at 22.5% of students chronically absent. Statewide, the percentage is 30% of students chronically absent. And when we compare the right part of the slide, looking at the subgroups of students are similar to that of the state. And yes, that's the next slide around chronic absenteeism. And again, that's why in this slide, the state is only posting the elementary and the middle schools, and you will not see the high school here on the chronic absenteeism. And here, again, big idea, we have our high-performing schools performing at a status level of high, while our other schools are performing at a status level of very high in regards to chronic absenteeism. And now we have differentiated assistance, and overall differentiated assistant, also known as DA supports. This is California's system to focus on improving the outcomes of students. And here you're just going to see the trajectory of what our San Mateo County Office of Ed, who has been assigned by the state of California to support districts that fall under this category, is to really help us with the cycle of inquiry and make sure that they are providing research-based best practices to close achievement gaps and provide a continued outreach and collaboration with stakeholders to ensure, again, that our historically underrepresented students perform at grade level. Okay, and then here you're going to see an overview of DA, differentiated assistance. About 50% of school districts in San Mateo County have fallen under this DA. And I know it's not program improvement, but those of us that have been around in education for a while, it's a more positive support system from the state to ensure we're closing achievement gaps. And the next slide, here you're going to see our particular areas of focus. So basically, we were designated DA under 4 different subgroups. After looking at the data, the one and largest subgroup for students who qualify as low socioeconomic in 2 categories of achievement and engagement. Students who are English learners was our next largest percentage of students. Students with disability and students identified as homeless. And here on this slide, you're going to see some of the next steps that the governing board and our community already know we are in the process of. And thanks to Dr. McFetridge and his leadership and his just foresight in making sure that we're not waiting for the California dashboard. We have already well in the middle of our equity audit. We already had our first strategic planning meeting. We'll continue to have 5 more of those meetings, and we hope to come to you with a proposal of a strategic plan, and prior to that, also come to you in the next few months with a presentation of the audit findings. The other area of focus for us is to make sure that we're looking at prioritizing our areas of growth and prioritizing where are all our fiscal resources under the LCAP as we start writing the LCAP with these particular subgroups of students, making sure that we're prioritizing English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged, Hispanic, Latino, or Latinx, as well as students with special needs. As you saw with the data, overall, chronic absenteeism in our district is an average of 25%. And please know that our teams will continue to work on systems that will increase our attendance rates to ensure that our students are supported here. And to the right here, I won't read all of them, but we'll continue to analyze the data, the benchmarks, continue to, so our goal, because the LCAP does have a lot of data. I just presented a lot of data, right? And some of us love data. I love data. I can look at data and process it for a whole week, and it's fun for me. It's fun for some of us here. But in the hope to ensure that, that the data is digestible for the community, I will bring back to you an abbreviated local dashboard with 10 indicators to ensure that every year we're bringing back these 10 indicators that will be kinder through 12th grade to ensure that we're looking at growth over the next 6 to 12 years. And again, you'll see me again in April through June to come to you around with the LCAP presentation. And lastly, we will be coming back in at the end of this academic year to present to you 2 important core adoptions, science in elementary, as well as mathematics 6th through 12th grade. And I think this buzzer buzzed up quite a few times, Rosie, so I'm sorry about that. But now we are, any questions for you? Any questions for me?
Thank you so much, Leticia. Questions, comments? I had a couple to just thank you, first of all, for sharing this. I am one of those people who loves the data for sure, but I'm looking forward to the one where you have kind of like the report card metrics of like the key things, because it does get a bit overwhelming when you see so many slides for sure, but that's going to be really helpful. And I appreciate your including the big idea on each slide too, because that means even if people don't hear the presentation, they can see the thing, the kind of the key point. I appreciate you sharing with us the dropout rates. Those seem really high. Like just if I think about like that, does that mean like when you say 7%, that means 7 out of 100 high school students drop out each year? Or like what, or they drop out over the course of 4 years? Like what
Per
does that
year,
rate
it was
mean?
per year
So like 7 students are
Of-
dropping out
of high school.
of high school every year. 7 out of 100.
Out of 1,000, we have about 1,000.
Oh, 7.
No,
but
not 7.
7%.
7, so it's, yes, so it's 70,
So I'm just trying to
70.
So
No, but
70?
you're right, it's 7 for 100, and if you have 250 in your senior class, that's
Oh,
14,
yeah, sorry.
20.
So
17.
Like out of this, it's just out of the senior. I'm trying to understand like what's the numerator and denominator.
Your dropout dropout data is complicated because they do it not by students in the cohort, but we'd have to dig deeper on that. But in general, 7% is 7 out of 100 students. There's about 250 seniors. You're looking at over 10 students every year probably who are not finishing high school.
Okay, like across all of our schools, okay.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, seniors, not the whole. not
Okay,
the whole.
yeah, so it's like 70 is a lot, I mean, whatever, a quarter of 70 is like 15-ish. So that's still a lot. Okay, thanks for helping explain that metric to both of you. The chronic absenteeism data too, to me, is interesting because I think about that a lot, because for sure, like there's the premise that you want kids to be in school and learning, but there's sometimes that they just can't, and that's just not possible. And so I appreciate that, or that because for various reasons, maybe it's temporary, sometimes it's a little longer term. So I appreciate that we have had more alternatives, like alternative education opportunities, like course-based independent study and things like that. And I just feel like we ought to be careful about how we approach mitigating that number so that we don't end up with a situation that we're kind of disincentivized, like incentivizing kids to come to school when they really shouldn't be or ought not to be. And I say this, for example, because I've literally heard from high school students in meetings with them, not my kids, like just other students, that like they come to school sick because they don't want to miss class, because then they're going to fall behind and it's really hard. Or they're worried about missing PE because they'll get participation points taken away, and then they need to figure out how to make up those participation points somehow. So it gets back to the comment I made earlier about like being cautious about the systems we put in place and the structures and the rules, that they don't have unintended consequences like that. You know what I mean? Like, sounds good to say, hey, you get points of participation. For a lot of kids, that might boost their grade unless they have a chronic health condition or other reasons where they can't get to school, for whatever reason, that they will be absent, and maybe we just make that like okay in some cases, knowing that it's not the goal, but we don't punish them for it on top of that. If that makes sense. So that would be just my only caveat to any efforts around absenteeism. If that makes sense.
Yes, that makes sense.
All right. So any other questions or comments?
Yeah. So, well, related to absenteeism, I think we also have to look at the 45, and I can geek out on the data as well. And so you have to look at the full story behind it. So the reason I pointed out and interrupted two schools that weren't as diverse, those are also the ones with the least range of like socioeconomic disadvantage. And so if you have close to half of our population that fall in that category, these are the parents not only making less money, but working probably 2 jobs and just flat out less time available. So I'm just kind of wondering system-wide what we can do to support these families. And I don't know that it's always about testing. In Canada, parents don't worry about absenteeism because the schools consider going on vacation learning. And so they're encouraged to go and do. And so it's a different culture. And so that's something, that's what we're measuring right now. In terms of dropout rates, to compare us to a classroom setting 30 plus years ago, I remember being shocked in Arizona when I was teaching 8th grade and the kids were talking about what they were going to do next and where they were going to work. They were dropping out of 8th grade, not going to high school. So, it's again, it's always that point of view and the lens you're looking through. We want to keep kids in school. We want them to be successful adults, not just play through high school, but, just achieve what they need to achieve. And I appreciate all of the data. I guess my question is there anything that keeps you up at night that maybe we don't see in these charts?
Well, the data does keep me up. The fact that 95% of English learners are failing, that keeps me up at night.
And so,
That was a shock to me. are socioeconomically, now that's 20%, right? A larger 20% of our population, 45% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. So that crosses in ethnicities, social poverty. What keeps me up is like, how do we close poverty? And education is the tool. Having a good education will close that cycle of poverty. And it's been recommended by Dr. McFetrich, by some of you here, our governing board, and thank you for your guidance. But this is the first year, and through the equity audit, and we are going to be interviewing students at Pilarcitos, at Half Moon Bay High School. That's happening this coming Monday, because that's a voice that we're missing. So we will do the same thing with the LCAP. So that's an area of growth for us as a district, and we're working with our administrative teams too, to ask our students. They're the ones that know what their need is and how we can support them in achieving. So yeah, that's another thing that I wanted to share, that we are this year actively engaging in obtaining student input on how we can help them improve. And not only a leadership team, but also our at Promise students.
And I wonder if it's one part hearing from these students and what's equitable, but also, I don't know what the current, recommendations are, from, I'm not a fresh out from education. I went to school years ago when it was whole language, and it was, I taught where we emphasized a variety of cognitive experiences. So I'm curious what the current research would recommend for our situation.
Yeah, so it's basically embedding literacy through all core content areas. Literacy is probably like the biggest tool, and I know that Principal Boyson talked about that, is making sure that all subject levels are incorporating active engagement. And my philosophy is making sure that in a classroom, it's the students that are getting tired of using language when talking about science or art or PE, right? And it's not a lecture hall like it was, back in the day, right, when I went to school. And so these are some of the strategies that we'll continue to embed in our classrooms, in our professional development opportunities. A big gap that we have had, and as you know, is the fact that we did not have a district-wide curriculum in the elementary, and we still have to a little bit more of the pantry to organize. And once we have those core adoptions, then we can have systemic professional development and align standards with lessons, with these strategies that have proven to be effective. And so those are just a few of the strategies that we hope to continue to engage as we move forward. And again, as the triangle, the differentiated assistance triangle, focusing on tier 1, is rethinking the intervention model, and not saying that we'll completely do away with small group intervention, because that's tier 2. We still need some level of tier 2, but looking at that tier 1 and making that first instruction in the classrooms very strong with these engaging opportunities for students to be active, to be talking to, and we see it. I mean, we see some great exemplars here in our community, and a goal of ours is to loop our teachers that are those literacy engagement experts in leading trainings for our own teachers.
I just want to add, Leticia, to what you said about the importance of education and pulling people out of poverty. I couldn't agree more, and it's one of the reasons why I'm here, is seeing that need. I think also there's an increasing recognition in our region and in the state of California how housing strategy is also inextricably linked with education strategy, because you can't learn when you're homeless. And of course, homeless, like, our numbers are way underreported, as we all know, because how many people know, like, more than one family that's like couch surfing, or, we saw some of the like literally deplorable conditions that some of our families are living, not all on the farms, but some of them are terrible, and that's come to light, which is important. Like, we can't discuss kind of bigger picture aside from the jurisdiction of our board. Like, we can't improve lives without improving housing as well. It's just too expensive to live here, and so we need to make sure everyone has a roof over their head that they can afford, so that they can do their job, they can learn, they can, you know, be healthy. So I just wanted to add that as well.
Okay, I'm gonna go. I've been like trying to win you guys. No, it's okay. Thank you. Thank you, and you know, like Sophia, and you know, everything's connected. Poverty, education, you know, literacy, truancy, suspension. I mean, performance outcomes. Everything is connected in one way, shape, or form. So, not surprised. This is this is something that I know. It's my personal truth. It's my reality, and it's the reason why I'm here. It's the reason why, after you know, coming from you know, sometimes I do double shifts or I do what I need to do because it is expensive to live here, and I do what I need to do. But I think I also, as part of this community, I think it's my responsibility to speak out and to speak my truth. So I'm not surprised at all. And I thank you for all your work that you do, and thank you for talking about this because although it's a constant reality and it's something that a lot of people don't want to talk about, I think it's something that needs to be constantly you know, mentioned and kind of remind us why we're here, and you know, you couldn't have put it in a more eloquent and politically correct way, but this is the truth. It's not a surprise. It's ongoing. It's happening. It's and it's that, you know, it's you know, thank you for fighting the good fight, and thank you for, you know, taking the baby steps. This is the reason why I signed up for another term, because you know, my thing was like, let's get, you know, a curriculum where it's, you know, we adopt a curriculum throughout our elementaries and so forth, and you know, have you do the work that you do, supporting, you know, the teachers and giving them the tools that they need, because a lot of it is, you know, we did the site visits. A lot of it is just new strategies and new ways of of doing things that they already do. It's just maybe just extra tools or extra support. So thank you for everything. Thank you. And anything I can do to help you, thank you, because it is very personal. This is like, you're talking about me, you're talking about my child, you're talking about my family, you're talking about, you know, it's very personal. So thank you.
Before we go, I just want to make sure that it's clear. The graduation rate for traditional schools is based on the number of students who graduate with a regular high school diploma within 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. So graduation versus dropout.
So graduation rate, you would look at it at the number of students who graduated in 4 or 5 years by the end of the year, divided by the total number of students in that class. So you kind of do it by a metric of whatever the active senior year is. So,
Okay.
but that's how it's calculated. But
Okay.
7% is too damn high.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, thank you for that clarification. All right, next item, 5C, update on CUSD's mental health response to community shooting tragedy. Thank you, Martha.
I just want to thank Martha for coming and getting this together when she and Caroline Morton were dealing in real time with what you're about to hear about. I was coming to her and saying, hey, you think you could present to the board and public on all the stuff you're doing? So Martha, thank you for putting this together for us in the first board meeting after the mass shootings.
Sure. You know, Caroline was supposed to be here tonight, and she has given me permission to tell you that she was in a ski accident over the weekend, and is recovering but hobbling around, and you'll see her hobbling around starting Monday. So that's why she's not here tonight. But I'm grateful for all the work that she did in response to this and her team. Okay. Okay, so when the shootings happened, there were different levels of impacts to our community, our district community. And so there were impacts to children and teachers and staff who were in school at the time that it happened, our children and our staff who were in our after-school programs. There were impacts to families who were directly affected by the shooting. And then there was these peripheral impacts to families who were related to the families who were involved in the shootings. And so our first part was just really understanding, what were the impacts and who was affected before we could start to understand how to address it. The county has had a really good tiered, leveled response where behavior health recovery services that we fondly refer to with several initials, BHRS, they were the county response, and they had really, really good support. They have victim support services, crisis management support services. They're very connected with our social services. So they definitely had a big initial crisis response. And then the city of Half Moon Bay was responsible for things like housing and clothing and food and connecting our local resources to the families that were affected. So there were those resources that were starting out too. So we've had in our county for our families a really, really amazing response and also ongoing response to the needs of the farmers in the mushroom growing industry. So there's this ongoing support to our Chinese nationalists that have been working in that industry that I think was not something that was really well known. And so those families that have been affected in those industries are not necessarily a part of what our school responses are, because those farmers, workers, aren't connected to our schools. So there's just sort of teasing through all of that piece. So here we did a really quick needs assessment about who were the people that were involved. So there's BHRS, the city, ALAS was a big partner in working through this with our families, Coastside Hope, and many other people have started offering lots of support to us. So as we started having this contact tree of what the support systems were in place and what the needs were that were coming up, there was a really good information flow. So for instance, some of our families were displaced from their homes because their homes became a crime scene. And they needed clothes, and they needed toiletries, and they needed all these things that you would just normally be able to walk around your home and have. There was supposed to be support coming from the county, but that didn't work out. And so within a matter of 24 hours, we were able to utilize the PTOs who provided for those families that needed that support right away. And so there was that kind of grass level support as well, grassroots support as well. So, and it's ongoing. The support is ongoing. And a lot of our PTOs and our principals and our teachers are providing that sense of community connection to our families as their children come back to school. So immediately, our schooling services team had an immediate response, which was to be able to place counselors at every school for a number of days so that the schools could have support for teachers and for students on a drop-in basis. We developed a support grid. We developed a support grid that sort of was like, where do we need the support? So we had counseling support. We had ongoing connection with families that were directly affected by the shooting. In some of our after-school programs, we found there were a lot of families that did have some kind of connection to the shooting, and they are participating weekly in healing circles to process what they've been through. And we have a monolingual Spanish therapist supporting those circles for our monolanguage Spanish-speaking families. We also know that we need to support teachers and our staff and our after-school supports. This is not what teachers have signed up for, is to be doing lockdown drills, secure campus drills, these types of things, and they are unsettling. And for our teachers to bring that sense of normalcy and safety to our classrooms, they need to be taken care of too. So there's been teacher and staff support in the form of emotional service supports, as well as our PTOs, again, kind of creating this teacher appreciation events for teachers all the way up through February break. And then we've been coordinating with our after-school programs, particularly at Hatch and El Granada, and supporting them with the opportunities to have staff supports as well as student and family supports. And then we've had a lot of parent communication, also communication to our staff, that we have Care Solace available, which is a mental health referral group so that if you feel like you need ongoing mental health supports because of the trauma response, that there is a way to find help for yourself or your family. And then we had, this just describes our school-based support, our SLS support, our after-school programs. We provided resources to our teachers, so that I was hearing Catalina talk about how there was one class where when someone asked how kids were feeling, all of our teachers received information and could work with their counselors at the high school and the middle school, as well as their principals at the elementary school, around how to talk with children about tragedies in age-appropriate ways. And one of the things is to let the children sort of lead you. And so as things are needed, if a class needs support, teachers know how to help the class kind of lead a circle in a class and talk to them about it. Individual supports are needed. We're trying to staff drop-in places at our elementary schools, our middle school, and our high school. So as needed, a staff member or a student could go and have someone to process with. And then, of course, our PTO have been really supported with clothing and other necessities, and then staff with just appreciation events. And then we have ongoing staff support, and then we're also utilizing our MTSS structure to assess ongoing needs. So I kind of think of it in like when you think about MTSS, this is really different than that. But instead of thinking about tiered support, think about leveled support. And so there's a level 1, which is working with those families that were directly affected by this tragedy. I know a number of you were watching those news reports and saw those little kids there, and they're being supported by our different programs that are here. A level 2 are the families and staff that were peripherally affected by the tragedy, and then a level 3 response, which is sort of a universal response across our communities to try and strengthen and build and bring connection around this horrible event. So that's how we're kind of thinking about it in terms of a tiered response. And the last is just reflections and gratitude. I mean, BHRS has been amazing. The city of Half Moon Bay, Alice, and Coastside Hope. Another thing that's happened to our district is we've had a lot of outreach from for-profit and non-profit organizations that were offering free support to us during this time, often till the end of this particular school year. So One Life, which is a group of therapists that work in this community, Stanford University has reached out, and a number of their different psychology programs have reached out to us. And then as a district, we're in with a group of people that are meeting every week, which is the crisis support team from BHRS, the city support team headed by Julissa Costa, and us, and then all the people from Stanford. And so we're working together because we realize that this is going to require long-term support, not just through the end of this school year, but the beginning of the school year, and maybe ongoing for several years. And then thank you. And then we've also had significant support from, of course, San Mateo County Office of Ed, who have also provided us therapists and connections to counselors to come over here from different districts who have come over here and given their time to staff our schools. And that's all I have. Is there any questions?
Thank you so much, Martha. I appreciate your pulling this together and just sharing with us a synopsis. I think this was an unfortunate but big milestone for our community, and certainly will have, has had acute and chronic mental health impacts as well. And to even hear that support within the context of the broader supports being provided to families through our partners, I think was kind of a necessary thing to really go through today, and for us and for the public to be aware of. So thank you for sharing that with us. I don't have any questions. Any other questions or comments?
A lot of people stepped up to help, so that's great, and thank you.
Thank you.
It's important.
All right.
No, thank you. Thank you for everything. Thank you for all the work, going above and beyond, because, it does take a community to heal and to support each other. So thank you for everything. And I'd just like to reiterate, as parents and adults in this community, just the importance of teaching our kids kindness and humility and connectiveness, irregardless of if we are, directly involved with people or know people. Just knowing that we are all in this community together, and just knowing that we exist, and knowing that, some people are fortunate, some people are less fortunate, but at the end of the day, we need to learn to accept each other, and sometimes, children can be mean, but I think, this is an opportunity for us as adults and people to, guide them and have better perspectives of different ethnic groups, different socioeconomic situations, and so forth. So thank you for everything.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with you.
Thank you, Lizette. And I want to thank you too, Martha. You said that sometimes people feel like they didn't sign up for this. And I just want to, how to say it, like, really appreciate when people step up and do things that they didn't sign up for, because that's the job, right?
That's become the job,
you've been the epitome of that in so many ways. Dr. McFetridge, others, like everyone here, board members, like staff, like, you don't have, when you sign up for a job, it's like, the world is not like predictable, right?
No.
None of us signed up to deal with COVID. Suddenly you became like a quasi public health officer
Yes.
in like
Yes,
3 weeks,
exactly.
right? Like nobody signed up to deal with the aftermath of a shooting. Like none of us like signed up for these. This wasn't in our job description per se, but that is our job descriptions. Do what it takes to set the policy structure, to implement the policies, to implement educational support services, whatever it is, like to teach a kid in the classroom, to clean up whatever might fall on the floor that day, right? Like that is the job. So I appreciate your modeling, like shifting culture towards that mindset of like, we have roles and we have job descriptions and we try to stick with those, but the world is not a predictable place or time. So thank you for kind of just setting that example that we do what it takes to get the job done. So
yes,
I had to say that to you too. I'm grateful for that.
Thank
also.
you.
I was going to say, I appreciate at the end you said that, you listed all of the things and all of the tools that have been made available throughout the system and to the teachers. And you mentioned that this is going to be a long-term piece. And I think that's something we all need to hold a little bit gently. I did hear of the first night at the emergency center of teenagers with awkward and inappropriate humor. And so I think that's, it's a matter of processing and understanding, and that's where I think our teachers will help, hopefully, to redirect and help create that empathy and understanding for the longer term problems.
And what, I mean, just one last thing, what I really appreciate about our response is that it's been a human capital response rather than a digital response or a paper response. It really has involved the hearts and commitment of actual people that I can name. And because of that, I think that it's allowed children to come back to school sooner, to feel safer, and to have the brain power to engage in their learning and know that things can feel normal, even though they're going to be going through these ups and downs of grief. And so I appreciate that we actually have had and will have the ongoing human capital to address what's going on.
I just want to thank the fact that you just put the word human in it, because sometimes our presentations can be about numbers and big words and acronyms, but on that morning after the shooting, I stopped at all our schools down the coast, which is, Fair Lawn View and El Granada, and then to Hatch, and then to Cunha, and then to the high school, and you could see people in place deploying. And so Caroline and you setting up was huge, and so thank you for actually identifying people that could be put in place and doing that evening before. It was quite a lift. And so I thank you, and your team did very well. Martha, you and Caroline did very well. I do also want to say, too, it's not part of the presentation, but kind of a part of the response. This was a health response, mental health response, medical health response. Martha has led also with Susan Vana that we now have free COVID testing again and free flu testing on our campuses. So thank you, because I kind of said, hey, the state's going to provide us people to do this. You do it. So thank you. And then I also want to say, too, that I appreciate, Martha, you and Susan Vanna now making it possible for us to have Narcan in schools in case there are any opioid or fentanyl issues that we need to address with an opioid agonist or antagonist or whatever that word is. So thank you very much for lifting that, too.
I'm sorry, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Rosalva Segura, who's been in charge of our early literacy programs and our after-school programs, who has also been instrumental in being able to rally the human capital so that we are able to be where we need to be. And so I apologize that I didn't mention her earlier.
Well, particularly with her work with her colleagues, Judith Cortez, and with the migrant families. So thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, item 5D was struck from the agenda for tonight. We'll come back to this at a later date. So that brings us to 5E, update on Cabrillo Unified School District Bond Program. Jesus. And maybe we take a moment, Jesus, before you start actually. I'm expecting, if I'm seeing the clock right, it's 9:43. I'm expecting we're going to go past our curfew at 10. I think that's pretty realistic. Do we have a motion to go past our curfew tonight? So moved. Do we have a second? Rosie?
Thank you, Kimberly, and thank you, Mary Beth. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 5-0. Oh, did I hear no?
Just kidding. No, she's kidding. It was a joke. It's like, don't say you got stuff at the TSA.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jesus. Now we can proceed freely without interruption. Thank you.
Very well. As we engage into the projects that we have in front of us, I would like to bring to the board our story now about the bond dollars that the public trusted us to use, to apply to our facilities. One thing that I would want to remind us now, it's about Measure S and Measure M. Measure S, what came to us, it was authorized in 2012, in June of 2012, and it was for the purpose of acquisition, construction, improvement, furnishing, and equipping our schools. Those were $81 million that the public trusted us with. On June of 2018, in came Measure M with $99 million to update our classrooms and science labs, repairs, fixing roofs, and equipping our classrooms with technology, getting all of the heating and plumbing and construction going on. So we have $81 million in 2012, and we have 2018, $99 million authorized. So what I want to bring to the board is where we are with those dollars and what projects we are moving forward and are underway. So, Rosie, can you give me the next one? Just a reminder that back in 1996, that is a few years ago, that was Measure K, of which we have, that is gone, it's paid for, and I'm gonna be focusing on those Measure S and Measure M. The key message in here is to see what we have out there for Measure S, for Measure M, and most importantly, what we have still authorization for. For Measure S, we have 23 million that we still have authorization for, and for Measure M, we have 24 million. So that makes 47 million, and that is important on the next slide because I am accounting in here what we have available. We have the revenue that we have in the bank, so to speak, right now in Fund 21 is $30,260,000. But we also have authorization, current authorization to sell bonds for $47 million. That brings the total pot that we have for bond to $77,260,000 plus change. So this is the money that we have available for our projects. What projects do we have? At the November meeting, at the November 10 meeting, the board affirmed the projects that we have for Fairlawn View, a project for $23.4 million. And it also, the board also authorized at the November 10 meeting building the first phase of El Granada for $25.8 million. So that puts the $20 million, that $45.9 million that I gave you there is based on what we had back on May 27th of May of 2020. That is when we had brought, roughly what we are going to be having for the El Granada High School, we had it at $46 million, roughly. So that puts some way in which we can say, for El Granada, we would have, for the big infrastructure of the building of the first building as it was on November 10th, passed to you by the architects, we would have basic infrastructure and new building for $25 million, and then remodeling for $20 million. So that would put our project at $46 million.
Hey, Jesus, if I may, I just want to manage expectations for the public, and you know how I like to jump in there and give the reserve clause and do the lawyerly kind of it depends. Remember, the $20 million was anticipated. Jesus and I talked about this and said, what should the title be? It's anticipated. We went back to old presentations. This is anticipated as what the second phase of modernization would be. You are not authorizing anything tonight. The phase two is we went back to El Granada and Jesus was there with the architects and I kind of watched. Ms. Hines was there back in December. This is anticipated. We will bring back to you, once we have estimates, another presentation on that.
What this does is bringing you the reconciling of what we have available to what we have projects for. It gets us to those same $77.2 million. So it reconciles both the revenue and the projects. So that's where what I'm bringing to you. Now, I told you about $23 million from Measure S that I'm bringing to you, and one of the consent items is a way of authorizing us to go out and get those $23 million to do what I just told you in the previous slides, to get the funds that are going to be necessary to conduct our modernizations of the projects that we have. Now, what about the other $24 million? I will be coming back later as the projects evolve to ask for your permission to sell bonds for the rest of the $24 million that are from Measure M authorization. Why don't you bring them all together right now? Why don't you sell them all? Because we are required to spend once we sell the bonds, to spend them within 3 years. So that's, we're being cautious to see, okay, we are, based on the anticipated dates that you have seen on the November meeting, this is what we can do right now as we anticipate the rest of the projects to come. Then I'll come back to you for permission to sell the $24 million, which are the remainder of Measure M. So this $23 million from Measure S will be the end of Measure S. And we will have then left $24 million from Measure M. That's the anticipated. So we also have on Fund 40, you authorized me to open Fund 40, which is for capital outlay. We deposited in there the proceeds from the Building C settlement. And I anticipate, as you will see with the cost of construction, that can help us with to supplement our projects, because they're going to be 2 or 3 years out there. So it's our safety net to make sure that we have the funds that we need to get all of our projects done. There was at one point the question, like, what happened with the high school? Why is it that we have gone to high school, no high school, some high school, and the master plan that was brought to you and approved back in May of 2020 contains the possibilities. The architects brought you the possibilities, but they also brought you a cost of $142 million. And then we said, we don't have $142 million. And we started going back and see what was possible and feasible. And now the November 10 meeting where the architects came, it's thinking it's feasible, it's doable, and it's authorized. So that was authorized ultimately at the November 10 meeting of this past November is what we are coming to with all the planning discussions and engagement of all of those meetings that there have been to come to consensus as to what is that we can actually do. Now, one thing that I would like to remind the public and you is that many of the things that stayed as a possibility to the tune of $142 million were that, what is possible. Now we are landing onto what is feasible. And that's I wanted the board to have a picture of where we are with the bond proceed so that we can then continue to get really into the trenches, because as you saw, this upcoming summer is when we are kicking off this projects, and that's what I wanted to have for the board. That is the end of my slides. Just remember everybody that the board approves the projects, designs on the cost. The superintendent ensures that that we execute those projects, and then we have the Citizens Oversight Committee that looks that we spend the bond dollars on those projects that are authorized for, and annually we get the independent audit that makes sure that and brings back to the board that yes, those were spent that way, that yes, they are within the what it should be. So that's the bond, the Cabrillo bond program, and where we're going and where we are. So questions?
Thank you very much, Jesus, for bringing that to us for information. Again, as Dr. McFetridge said, this is not for any kind of decision tonight, but just more of an update on where things stand. So that's greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Any questions or comments? I'll thank you very much. It was very helpful to, again, have that reminder, and thank you for clarifying some of those things that people sometimes can get confused about. And so for the high school, I want to just ask you, like, I know there's, sometimes we think about the remodel projects as these big visible things, like knocking down buildings and building new ones, and part of the asset, or like major remodels of basically taking things down to studs and redoing everything else. But I do want to point out that there has been ongoing work done to all of our other campuses, obviously, aside from the newer ones like Patrick, Pilarcitos, that's the unsexy stuff, like roofing or like boilers and things like that. Can you share with us, I mean, over the past few years, I feel like we've gone through a lot of projects to replace like HVAC or like the stuff you don't see, but it's probably more important than what things look like on the skin of things.
You know, it's easy to forget how the high school looked like without those new roofs that there are in there.
Yeah, solar.
And
on the roofs.
The roofs. I mean, you go back to the high schools. We did all the roofs at the high school, and it seemed, oh, they were always like that. No, they were not.
Yeah.
So things like that. Last summer, we went and did roofs at the high school, and we will continue to do roofs. You saw one of those $7 million that I said, we still need to continue to do roofs. We are trying to stretch the dollar and see what kind of a central kitchen we can build at the high school. Just modify that and see if we can stretch those dollars to make sure that we are not trapped without when in our location, depending out there. Our goal is that we can survive 10 days without having to depend from the outside. And that's a reality for us in here. So projects like those are the ones that we are doing. And of course, COVID-19, it's one that it was thank God we got some of the COVID dollars, but not everything was COVID dollars. We had to start kicking it off. You know, the dollars came a little later. You recall, it was, we had to get ventilation in our rooms, and we went back in and get all the, so it has been a blessing to have the bond dollars to kick off some of the projects that we need to complete. So those kind of things will never be seen as beautifully as a new building, but they are part of what we do. And it's in alignment, total alignment with what the language of those bonds, Measure M and Measure S.
Don't forget the ag science remodel that's happening at the high school, which is going to be huge.
And I would like to, I told our architects, I need a date for ribbon cutting at that place. And also, we did all of the Hatch, you know, to serve the children at Hatch in the complex in the back. That's bond dollars also. It's grants plus bond dollars. So that's how grants and bond can come together to serve children, back there.
But I do want to point out, and I think, Sophia, you alluded to this, and I've said this many times to the public, look, Hatch is in a pretty good place, and a lot got touched. A lot of places got touched. The high school over time has gotten touched. Cunha, the library, finally, this remodel is fixed up. The settlement, et cetera, the remodel over there, which was huge. This campus with the new fencing and, you know, portables getting pulled off, the community hub, the new Boys and Girls Club footprint over there. You know, this campus is doing well. I think the high school is doing well comparatively. It's El Granada and Fairlawn View that have to be our focus because those campuses are just really terrible. So I'm excited about phase one. It couldn't happen soon enough. I'm sorry that things took this long, but we did need a facilities master plan to have righteous costs and look at ideas so that the community could be okay with what plans. And thanks to Ronaldo and to Jesus, because they're going to get us started this summer by hook or by crook. And they didn't put, Jesus, you didn't put up there, you talk about the board and me and, you know, et cetera, the audit report, the auditors and the oversight committee, but really it is Jesus who is overseeing this, and with Ronaldo as our construction manager and the architects. And so now we got to go to bid and get contractors and make sure we can put some shovels in the ground this summer.
Awesome. Thank you. That will be fantastic. All right. Well, I think we're all set. Thank you very much, Jesus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll stay here because I think.
Oh, yeah, you're next. Item 5F, adoption of resolution number 01-2023, adopting best value procedures for the Fairlawn View Elementary Modernization Project, lease back.
So in 2017, the board authorized this process. It's called the best value procedures with the lease back, and this is the resolution that would reauthorize and would authorize us as staff to run a process called lease back. And you saw Appendix A that has all of the details. It basically is that we will be with architects and us would be vetting all of the different bidders, BIDDs. One day I'll get that pronunciation right. But the bids are going to be coming in, and then we rank them, and then after we rank them, then we bring to the board for approval of those of the best value contractor that would come to do that. So it's a resolution, and Rosie.
Any questions or comments?
Motion first?
Oh, I'm sorry, because this is approval. Yes,
Yes.
motion to approve?
Second.
Thank you, Lisette. Thank you,
All
Kimberly.
right, thank you for the reminder. Questions or comments? Carmen was gonna beep. Questions or comments? Seems pretty straightforward. We've done this a million
I
times.
have to add to the list all the Amities. They used to joke how our language, now that you're saying bid, beer, bear, beard, and now I'm gonna add bid to that, because they're like, we can't get them, they all sound the same.
They all sound oh, this word.
So the Amities would always joke, and then the next year we tell them, we're like, can you tell beard from bear? So now we gotta add bid to that.
You know, there are some
English
things
is
that
weird.
for me in my case is like, okay, what other word can I use?
Yeah.
But I
Yeah,
come
just
to
change it
some of
entirely.
these things.
Yeah.
But then I just said, okay, I'll just spell it.
Yeah, they're like, all those words sound the same, and I'm like, no,
They
they
sound the
don't.
same.
They're like, yes, they do.
So
All right, I think we're ready to vote. Rosie?
All right, this is a resolution, so we need to do roll call. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette? And Mary Beth?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you so much, Jesus. All right, item 6, future events, February 15th, DLAC meeting, Half Moon Bay High School, 6 p.m. February 16th, special board meeting closed session, district office boardroom, 6 p.m. February 24th, President's Week, no school. March 7th, Fair Lawn View Book Fair Family Night, 6 p.m. And March 9th, the regular board meeting right here, Cunha Intermediate School, multi-purpose room. Same bat time, same bat place, 6 p.m. All right, adjournment, item 7. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Second. Thank
Yay.
you, Lisette. Thank you, Carmen. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say no. Thank you, passes 5-0.
All right, thank you, everybody. Have a good night.